since the 8.8, we created the CISO and the 8.8 Junior and the Solidarity ones, and then we'll have the 8.8 women. I hope that I'm not feeling secret. And throughout these conferences, is that we're trying to evangelize and to provide tools, but not only with that, but also some practical tools with a level of technical lectures, and you can learn a lot through those workshops and allow you to move forward more than just a simple conference or a webinar about cybersecurity. And we, as a government, as an entity in charge of the cybersecurity in the country, we detected that this is a great opportunity to work. And I said that to Gabriel back in 2011, 2010. It was impossible to participate in 8.8 because the ANI with the intelligence, they rejected a little bit because to be there with the cyber criminals, and we shouldn't participate in the kind of things, but within a time they said, okay, those are not the hackers, the evils, and everything said that it is a key point in the culture of cyber security by having conferences and to having webinars and this team that is organizing these workshops and also everything regarding cybersecurity, because what they are doing is to create awareness regardless of, it is to create awareness in the end that covers many areas of the citizens. So we see opportunities today to have an alliance, to work together, to launch this 8.8, and we as a government, for the very first time, we've got a agreement of cooperation between the government and the 8.8 to work together in the main milestone that we've got, which is to create awareness in cybersecurity. And that is key to educate at the technical levels, and that they know a lot, but also to create awareness and also to educate the children and to educate them on what is going to be their professional future, and to understand that cybersecurity has a broader world than we know today. So that is why, as I said before, we signed this agreement. We had a ceremony a couple of weeks ago. This is the image in which that would allow us to work together. Product like what? Things that we've been developing to generate the technical content in terms of cooking, phishing, ransomware, and we can, of course, we can work together with the expert that they've got, and also a magazine that we generated cyber successes that we send simple messages to the community and for people that they would like to know a little bit more about the cybersecurity. So last but not least, what do we expect of 8.8? That this will continue being the most important event in Latin America regarding cybersecurity, and that will go after DEFCON, and it is okay. And watch out the DEFCON, because at 8.8 will go after that, and to see what will generate the best speakers. So with this, I just want to welcome you all and enjoy the day. There is a very good team that who prepare everything. So the actually, this is a huge organization, and it is important to be part of it. And thank you very much, and thank you very much to everybody. And let's enjoy this day. Carlos, thank you very much. Thank you. I was almost, I got a little bit emotional with the presentation, and I would like to thank your team, the whole team, for the support, and also congratulate you, because I think that the progresses that you have had during the last time has been amazing. The CSIRT is totally positioned. Actually, you already have the responsibility of being there every time that there is an incident. It happens that among the colleagues, when something happens, we said, okay, where is the alert of the CSIRT? And And you made it with a lot of effort. So thank you very much. And congratulations once again for the work that you're doing as a CSIRT, and you're part of the government as well. So thank you. Thank you very much. What do you think, Gianella? But Carlos is also very nice. Well, yes. So Gianella, we will go with our keynote. He has the you have got the information of who he is. He speaks Spanish, but he didn't want to do the presentation in Spanish. So his Spanish is very good, but still, I would like to tell you who is this. So we're going to let Carlos go, and we will continue with this important agenda. We've got a day full of surprises, and I said, okay, Joseph was very nice. And with that, I was so relaxed. And I said, okay, the starting point, we are going to start with Joseph. He is the senior system analyst. This is a brief presentation about Joseph. He was high school teachers with the Spanish Bible and computers. With his teaching career, he furthered his graduate education and a doctorate degree in education with a double minor in computers and technology. So we could be talking about him and go on and on. And I just want to introduce him. I would like to meet him and to hear him. So I think what he has to say is very important. So Joseph, Dr. Joe, the floor is yours. Welcome to 8.8. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the pleasure. And I'm so sorry when I prepare my presentations. Well, I prepare them in English because the audience mostly in a 99.9% that they hear me in English. So they said that I am the Cuban gringo wise. So this is going to be in English, but they said that the translators, they know a lot and they are so kind and nice as you are. And hopefully they can translate everything that I'm saying for this audience. So I'm so sorry. Everything is going to be in English, and hopefully this is going to be a great benefit for you. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Joe, very much.
Muy bien, entonces, comencemos. Voy a compartir con ustedes mi pantalla. Veamos. Muy bien, mi charla se llama Cultivando un clima para cambiar el paradigma, facilitando el cambio en un mundo post-COVID-19. El filósofo Maquiavelo en el Renacimiento tiene una cita diciendo: a mí no me interesa preservar el status quo, yo quiero destruirlo y cambiarlo completamente. Y la importancia de respetar el espacio personal y de practicar una higiene impecable no son las únicas lecciones que hemos aprendido del COVID-19. Si hemos aprendido algo, es que vemos el valor incalculable de un pensamiento innovador, porque una pandemia global con certeza nos entrega una enorme motivación para dejar este status quo detrás de nosotros. Muy bien, entonces, diciendo esto, ¿cómo se sienten ustedes con este status quo en sus organizaciones, en sus estrategias de programación, en su configuración de seguridad e incluso en sus vidas en general? ¿Dónde quisieran estar en los próximos 5 años, como industria, por ejemplo, cómo vayamos recuperándonos de esta crisis? Esperamos que esto mejore en los próximos 5 años, pero debemos pensar en cuál es nuestro plan para llegar a ese punto. Y el paradigma es paradigma de hacer las cosas igual que siempre, no cambiar mucho las cosas. Bueno, ¿cómo va a verse esto al final del día? El COVID-19 les ha hecho ver a ustedes que necesitan adoptar una manera más ágil de pensar. Ese es el punto. Es el momento de cambiar nuestro paradigma para que de esta manera podamos hacer esto. Muy bien, es posible que necesitemos cultivar el clima correcto para que esto suceda. ¿Y ustedes son catalistas de cambio? ¿Son catalizadores de cambio o son antagonistas? ¿Saben cuál es la diferencia? Bueno, como Tommy Lasorda lo dijo, él está en el Salón de la Fama del béisbol, es uno de los mejores. Él es una de las personas que ah, hacen que las cosas suceden. Y él dice que hay personas que hacen que las cosas sucedan, hay gente que observa y hay gente que se pregunta qué pasó. Los antagonistas se sientan y observan, se preguntan, resisten al cambio cada vez, una y otra vez. Yo prefiero ser la persona que hace que todo suceda, ¿cierto? Y ustedes. Y como ya lo dije, mi nombre es Joe Perez, soy analista senior de sistemas, líder de equipos en el Departamento de Servicios de Salud y de Personas en Carolina del Norte. Y parte de mi trabajo tiene que ver con determinar cómo proyectos, datos y procesos se reúnen y después yo los desarmo y trato de entender y encontrar la manera de que funcionen mejor. Esto tiene que ver con lidiar con muchas partes interesadas que tienen necesidades diferentes, que a menudo tienen intereses en conflicto, y yo debo reunir a todas estas personas para desarrollar, para ceder, para negociar, para implementar soluciones factibles y al mismo tiempo debo supervisar múltiples proyectos y asegurarme de que los recursos correctos sean desplegados para que todos estos proyectos sean realizados y no es posible que yo pueda hacer esto sintiéndome satisfecho con el status quo. Pueden ver, habiendo lidiado con personas, con datos, con estudiantes, con proyectos, con implementaciones de sistemas y con todo lo que existe por más de 35 años como profesional de TI y de educación en diferentes ambientes. Es algo que me ha enseñado a ser flexible, a esperar lo inesperado, a adaptarme, a cambiar, variar mi aproximación, a mantener los ojos abiertos para buscar más maneras, más eficientes, las soluciones más transformadoras. Y con todo esto debo ser la persona que hace que las cosas se hagan. En el siglo VI antes de Cristo, un filósofo griego era una persona que realmente hacía las cosas suceder. Y esta persona dijo, lo único permanente en la vida es el cambio. Nosotros vivimos en un mundo de cambio constante y parece ser lo más obvio. Incluso los computadores más rápidos que podemos comprar el día de hoy pueden quedar obsoletos en solo algunos meses. Los libros de ciencias están desactualizados para cuando son publicados. Y en las palabras de un psiquiatra muy loco, él dijo, vivimos un momento de la historia donde el cambio es tan rápido que vemos el presente solo cuando ya ha desaparecido. Piénselo. El clima cambia, las relaciones personales van y vienen, las responsabilidades del trabajo cambian, nuestros ingresos cambian, nuestros hijos y hijas crecen, nuestro cabello se vuelve gris y la incapacidad de lidiar con todos estos cambios y otros nos lleva a estar estresados. Y esto es algo que lo sabemos, se pueden causar problemas emocionales y físicos enormes. Piensen en el estrés que ha surgido por causa de los cambios en la sociedad traídos por el COVID en un periodo de tiempo muy breve. Cosas como, por ejemplo, quedarse en casa, hacer cuarentena, distancia social, trabajar de manera remota, no tener bienes básicos como papel higiénico, aló, cómo cuidamos a nuestros hijos, cómo vamos a las citas médicas de manera virtual. ¿Qué viene ahora? ¿Citas virtuales? A ver, un segundo. No. Y Harmony ya existe hace mucho tiempo, así que eso ya lo hicimos. Pero hablando en serio, la investigación médica nos indica que un estrés agudo, de hecho, es algo bueno. porque hace que nuestros cuerpos y cerebros despierten y se preparen para la acción y mejoran nuestro desempeño en una situación de riesgo. Es de esta situación de luchar o correr, luchar o huir, pero en contraste, el estrés crónico no es tan bueno. Es bueno tener una reacción, pero nos hace reaccionar cada vez más lento cuando se vuelve crónico, o sea, las respuestas se gatillan cada vez más fácilmente cuando tenemos niveles de estrés cada vez más bajos. Nos toma cada vez más tiempo recuperarnos para volver a nuestro estado normal. Como resultado de esto, nuestro cerebro y nuestro cuerpo comienza a sufrir las consecuencias y podemos enfermarnos física y mentalmente. Un estudio publicado por conversation.com, una profesora de quinesiología en Canadá escribió, Jennifer Heights dijo, un efecto colateral de la pandemia del COVID-19 es el impacto que estamos sufriendo sobre la angustia psicológica y la salud mental. El estrés psicológico, como por ejemplo conflicto con nuestras familias, activa nuestra respuesta al estrés y escuchen, de la misma manera que una amenaza física. Y odio decirles esto, pero la pandemia o sin pandemia, a medida que vayamos hacia el siglo XXI y que sigamos viviéndolo, esto solo va a empeorar porque el ritmo de cambio solo va a continuar acelerándose. Una vez un autor irlandés dijo, el progreso es imposible sin el cambio y aquellas personas que no puedan cambiar sus mentes no podrán cambiar nada. Esa es una cita de George Bernard. En un artículo de mayo se listaron 6 maneras en las cuales el lugar de trabajo va a cambiar para siempre. Y William Arruda escribió, el coronavirus va a alterar permanentemente muchos elementos de nuestro trabajo porque es global, es disruptivo, dura mucho tiempo y es imposible ignorarlo. ¿Habían pensado que el 11 de septiembre fue un estrés? Wow, de verdad el cambio está aquí para quedarse. Incluso después de que llegue el día cuando el virus se haya acabado, va a continuar. Así que, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Cómo vamos a lidiar con todo esto? ¿Podemos simplemente ignorar el cambio, cruzar los dedos y esperar y rezar a Dios que todo se mantenga igual? ¿O debemos cultivar un clima para el cambio de paradigma? ¿Podemos continuar avanzando sin sacrificar ni calidad ni seguridad en el proceso? Y quisiera sugerir un enfoque de 3 partes para lograr ese delicado equilibrio para que ustedes como innovadores puedan hacerlo. Y hablamos de profesionales de seguridad, desarrolladores, gerentes de TI, sea quien sea, si usted va a sobrevivir el mundo posterior al COVID-19, sin importar quién sea usted, usted debe innovar para que usted pueda innovar, para que vaya más allá de su zona de comodidad y para que simplemente destruya el status quo. Aquí hay 3 palabras clave que usted debe recordar. La primera palabra es reconocer. Yo debo poder identificar y categorizar el cambio que aparece y debo entender la naturaleza de este cambio. La segunda palabra es resolver. Y existe un aspecto pasivo y un aspecto activo a este concepto y lo vamos a analizar de inmediato. Y la tercera palabra es responder. ¿Qué es lo que voy a hacer con el conocimiento que he adquirido? ¿Cuál va a ser la lección aprendida? Y quiero mostrarles 3 sugerencias prácticas cuando lleguemos a ese punto. Alexis Sánchez, un jugador de fútbol profesional, el Niño Maravilla, una vez él dijo, como futbolista, todo lo que has logrado puede perderse y entonces no eres nadie. Y es así como es la vida simplemente. Y es por eso que no debemos dejar que las cosas nos deprimen. Y eso puede ser una sobresimplificación, pero sí, es muy verdad, yo estoy de acuerdo con él. Aunque podemos argumentar que somos el producto de nuestro medio ambiente, también depende de nosotros. No ser controlados por nuestras circunstancias, alzarnos ante los desafíos y decir, no, yo no soy una marioneta en las cuerdas, yo no seré un antagonista del cambio, yo seré un catalizador en pro del cambio y por lo tanto puedo facilitar la innovación en un mundo post-COVID-19. Entonces, vamos a lo nuestro. La primera palabra, reconocer. Hay 3 características de cambio que yo debo reconocer. La primera, el cambio es inevitable. No podemos evitarlo. Nosotros decimos, el cambio es bueno y también decimos, el cambio es malo. Pero decidámonos, ¿cuál es? Bueno, algunas personas pueden decir que es bueno y otras no tanto, pero hablando en serio, es un tema de percepción que depende de cómo nosotros reaccionamos y depende de qué tan dispuestos estemos a aceptar los cambios. Como ven, a veces no podemos hacer nada acerca de un cambio que está impuesto sobre nosotros, aló, coronavirus, mientras que hay otros cambios que nosotros mismos hemos provocado, pero en cualquier caso. ¿Por qué no nos gusta que nos obliguen a lidiar con el cambio? Quiero sugerir 2 motivos muy probables. En primer lugar, debemos, o más bien sentimos temor a lo desconocido, con certeza. Todos tenemos nuestra área de confort en las que nos gusta quedarnos. Un hombre cubano que yo conocí muy bien salió de su zona de confort cuando decidió venir a Estados Unidos con su familia a fines de los 50, dejando atrás un negocio próspero y muchas cosas más. Él pudo crear una nueva vida para su familia y aunque le tomó un enorme esfuerzo, una lucha, muchas dificultades, al final del día todos estuvieron mejor gracias a eso. Yo estoy feliz de que este hombre haya hecho esto. Yo nací pocos años después en Estados Unidos y no en Cuba bajo el comunismo. Y como ven, ese hombre, seguro ya lo saben, ese hombre fue mi padre y él no dejó que ningún miedo, especialmente el miedo a lo desconocido, lo detuviera. Él era un verdadero innovador. En segundo lugar, temor a las pérdidas por causa de lo desconocido implica la posibilidad de fracasar y como ven, si yo voy a lidiar con el cambio, yo debo reconocer que es parte inevitable de mi existencia como humano y debo aceptar este hecho. Y si yo experimento cosas que algunas personas considerarían un fracaso, yo necesito verlo como algo temporal para mantenerme humilde, para darme la oportunidad de aprender. Por lo tanto, voy a evitar la misma trampa, caer en la misma trampa en el futuro. Se estima por parte del grupo Gardner y Foster que la mitad de los proyectos de tecnología fracasan y desafortunadamente los innovadores a menudo son quienes son culpados y cuando se lo toman personal pueden fracasar a nivel personal también. La incapacidad de adaptarse al cambio o de empujarlo al ritmo correcto como los motivos principales de estos fracasos. Y en estos estudios se indica que mantenerse siempre en el status quo puede matar a su equipo de TI, puede dejarlo estancado. ¿Y saben qué? La mediocridad crece en el estar estancado. Ustedes con certeza saben que es así.
Tenemos aquí a otro innovador. Esta es una persona que generó el primer sistema de ignición y también los motores para los automóviles y también todos los generadores ejecutados por un motor, pero el mundo le carga el cambio, pero es la única forma de progresar y es una forma de decirlo. Pero lo que estoy interesado es en el futuro, porque yo voy a pasar el resto de mi vida allí. Entonces el problema es que no solamente el miedo, pero sino tampoco mi miedo acerca del futuro, pero sino cómo voy a reaccionar a ello, porque voy a dejar que esto me afecte o voy a manejar estos miedos y voy a hacer que esto me haga una mejor persona y también ayudar a facilitar la innovación. Lo vamos a discutir luego. Así que, bueno, sí, el cambio es inevitable, pero al mismo tiempo es inexorable, por lo tanto, porque no resistimos, porque la resistencia, bueno, la resistencia es fútil. Entonces no puede detener el cambio y es como que no puede parar la Tierra de que siga girando. Entonces, bueno, estoy en una montaña, veo una avalancha que se acerca, como la podemos ver aquí en la imagen. Son 600.000 toneladas de desechos y de nieve y va a 80 kilómetros por hora. Entonces, ¿vamos a pararlo solamente con mis manos? No, porque es mejor que me aleje o un oso polar va a comerme como un helado de paleta cubano. Me va a comer de postre. Entonces, otras veces, estas cosas son sutiles o drásticas. Entonces, algunas veces han estado en una montaña rusa, son divertidos, son emocionantes y también es todo al mismo tiempo, da miedo también. Entonces, quizás sea un poquito más, que da un poquito más de miedo que de emoción, al menos para mí, que yo me mareo. Entonces, hay una que se llama Busch Garden y hay una que se llama de Apollo's, el Chariot, el carruaje de Apolo. Entonces uno dice, ay caramba, no. Y es por eso que esto se llama montaña rusa, porque nos encanta, nos encanta. Y realmente esto es así que estamos viendo como una montaña rusa, porque vamos a más de 200 pies de altura y uno dice que va a romper la barrera del sonido dentro de esta montaña rusa, pero la verdad es que no va tan rápido. La velocidad máxima permitida de la ruta 5 en América Latina. Entonces, también, la verdad es que uno se está moviendo a más de 1.000 millas por hora, pero también esa es la velocidad de la Tierra que está girando cuando estamos en el Ecuador y no lo podemos sentir, es un paradigma. Entonces sí, totalmente, y es imperceptible. Hablando de percepciones, y bueno, ¿saben a qué horas empezamos a conversar? Como a las 9:20. Bueno, han pasado algunos minutos desde ese minuto y hay tiempos diferentes porque es el mismo día, es una hora diferente, es el 29 de julio del 2020. Entonces, ¿qué me dice eso? Que de la misma boca que tengo aquí es que el tiempo ha cambiado y también puedo decir que el tiempo no ha cambiado y también el no hacer ninguna referencia a los políticos, porque corruption in politicians is everywhere. Entonces es simplemente una cosa de percepción, algo que puede ser sutil o drástico, interno, externo, positivo o negativo, porque el cambio es inexorable. Tuvimos a Benjamin Disraeli, que fue primer ministro de Gran Bretaña en 1800. Entonces dice, nada. El cambio es inexorable como el tiempo y aún así no se, cada vez se encuentra más resistencia. Bueno, el cambio es inevitable, es inexorable. El cambio también puede ser inspirador. Entonces voy a dejar esto en las últimas diapositivas, pero también puede ser bueno ni malo. Es cómo yo lo enfrento. Este cambio me obliga a salir de mi zona de comodidad, porque no está bien quedarse ahí, porque alguien dice, es que, por ejemplo, es como estar ahí en un agujero, porque hay que mejorar, hay que innovar. Y sí, yo lidio con el cambio, yo lo reconozco y mis objetivos y mis expectativas deben ser y establecerse muy alto. Hace años atrás yo estaba soltero. Era un soltero en la universidad, entonces tenía ciertas expectativas para poder hacer aseo en mi habitación y también lavar mi ropa. Luego me casé, me gradué y esas son mis expectativas de limpieza tuvieron que irse, porque algunos hombres pueden decir que Uno cambia para peor cuando se casa, porque ahora tiene que ser mucho más ordenado. No puede comer en el mismo plato toda la semana. Cosas como esas cosas no tiene que ser un cambio para peor. Sí, por supuesto, al menos para mí no lo fue. Pero más allá de salvar mi alma, y es el mejor regalo que Dios me pudo haber dado, que es mi señora. Todavía lo puedo decir después de 36 años, un mes y 13 días. Sí, la verdad es que me fue muy bien porque los beneficios han sido incalculables. Tener esta camaradería, amor incondicional, este compañerismo, saber que está ahí. ¿Ven? Entonces todo tiene que ver con cómo uno lo percibe. En el mundo de TI, donde estamos ustedes y yo, la percepción y la realidad cambia en la innovación y nos da unos beneficios incalculables para las personas en general, más allá de un computador en sí mismo. O sea, al principio, donde teníamos esta máquina del tamaño de una habitación, ¿quién hubiese pensado que la información y que la explosión del TI iba a resultar en innovación y que esto iba a ser tan extendido? Y la verdad es que aquí tenemos una predicción porque también cubre bastantes ámbitos. También había un gran mercado para quizás para 5 computadores. Sí, lo dijimos. Thomas Watson, realmente, presidente de IBM. Entonces, para poder tener este cambio de paradigma, hemos aprendido que la primera palabra es reconocimiento y reconocemos los cambios, que es inevitable, inexorable y que es inspirador. Ahora, ¿se acuerdan cuál es la segunda palabra? La segunda palabra era resolver. Webster define el resolver como este propósito de la mente para poder establecer algo determinado. En mi resolución, yo debo mostrar y equilibrar dos opuestos, dos calidades opuestas. La primera de ellos es hacer una diferencia, ser de manera respetuosa. Entonces, ¿cómo uno muestra esta cualidad? Bueno, primero que todo, necesito sacar lo mejor de cualquiera sea estos beneficios, poder mostrar de que hay un bien superior para que se vea cumplir. Déjeme mostrarle esto. Supongamos que tengamos 5 libras de acero y quiero sacar el mayor provecho de eso. Entonces lo puedo poner en una barra plana que va a costar unos $5. Y también puedo hacer unas cerraduras premium y con eso vamos a llegar a $40. O también puedo hacer agujas quirúrgicas y eso me va a costar unos $1,500. Entonces, si es que tuvieras estas... Y entonces, esto va. Estos resortes pequeñitos, muy pequeñitos, se puede ser más de 197 millones de pesos chilenos. Eso es bastante dinero. Pero cambiar, el poder hacer estos pequeños resortitos es mucho más valioso, o realmente podemos capitalizarlo para el beneficio de otros. El mismo principio también dice cuando consideramos los cambios. Muchas veces puede ser un gran problema, pero si esto vale la pena, quiero capitalizar en los beneficios de esto. En segundo lugar, también quiero concentrarme más en el comportamiento que en la creencia. Por ejemplo, digamos que yo hago una resolución de año nuevo, pasar más tiempo con mi señor y con mi familia, bajar de peso, ser más organizado al trabajo o mantener mi casa ordenada, estudiar más duro. Son cosas que uno puede decir y uno cree que cualquiera de estas cosas no son buenas metas, pero bueno, cada uno puede ver, bueno, no los puedo ver a ustedes que estén haciendo esos compromisos, pero bueno, pero esto tiene que ver con el sentido común. Entonces uno podría decir que yo creo que mis creencias están en el lugar correcto. Pero más allá de esas creencias, si es que no genera un cambio en mi comportamiento, nunca voy a poder cumplir con esas resoluciones. Por ejemplo, mi creencia dice que yo quiero bajar 5 kilos. Mi comportamiento dice que yo tengo que dejar de comer tanto pastel. Entonces, si es que no tengo el convencimiento, no voy a bajar esos 5 kilos, sino que voy a subir esos 5 kilos. Entonces, mi comportamiento tiene que estar en conformidad con mi creencia. Entonces, muchas veces estas cosas pueden ser la una o la otra, porque si no, esto no funciona. Mi comportamiento debe respaldar a mi creencia, porque esto también tenemos que generar un ambiente para este cambio de paradigma, para poder facilitar la innovación. Bueno, también debe ser fluido más que rígido, como el agua. Fluir desde la roca hasta llegar a un estero. Entonces, hay cosas que están más allá de mi control, más allá del coronavirus. También hay que ser flexible y capaz de navegar en los obstáculos que traiga este cambio. Pero si yo me resisto al cambio, si tengo esta rigidez, entonces esto puede ser, recuerden que esto es inevitable y inexorable, entonces también podemos ver, bueno, esta vez es mucho más probable que uno se rompa en mil pedazos al ser inflexible, porque esto es ser un antagonista más que un catalizador. La República Checa el mes pasado dijo que 9 de 10 líderes en todo el mundo dijeron que ellos habían hecho que tenían que cambiar sus estrategias de nube, y esto es debido al COVID-19, donde han tenido muchos más trabajadores trabajando de manera remota y hay mucha más demanda de los servicios. Bueno, esa es una muy buena razón para poder ser fluido más que rígido. Bueno, no necesitamos tener una pandemia mundial para poder verlo. O sea, Nigel Williams, esto también, Nigel Williams dijo, es que esto es más allá, esto es mucho más de tener que ver lo que estamos viendo dentro que lo que vemos fuera. Entonces, para poder llegar a un buen equilibrio, yo tengo que establecer lo que hago con determinación. Lidiar con el cambio es más allá que simplemente decir, mira, ¿qué será? Será. Porque tengo que seguir con el flujo, pero también hay una responsabilidad donde yo simplemente no puedo ignorarlo. Y diciendo todo esto, Alan Colorical habló acerca de cómo reaccionamos al cambio y también cómo podemos hacer estas transiciones en respecto al cambio. Y cuando uno mejora su respuesta al cambio y con la práctica, con la determinación, tenemos tres tipos de flexibilidad cognitiva, emocional y también la disposición. Primero que todo, los innovadores que tienen una flexibilidad cognitiva van a poder incorporar distintos pensamientos en la forma en que planean, toman decisiones y que también administran sus trabajos a diario. También podemos tener distintos escenarios donde podemos ver dónde vamos a cambiar este paradigma y vamos a inyectar el cambio. Al menos estos líderes también han aprendido de su propia experiencia y han visto que estos enfoques simplemente no funcionan. Segundo, los innovadores con una flexibilidad emocional también querían trabajar en sí mismos y con las emociones de otros. Y ese es un área donde muchos el liderazgo no lo consideran. Y luego, un innovador emocional, podemos ver las distintas partes de Entonces, hay muchas cosas que vemos y lo que experimentamos en términos de los cambios tiene que ver con escuchar sin dejar fuera las preocupaciones. Y en tercer lugar, los innovadores que ven esta flexibilidad de manera de disposición y cómo podemos tener un pensamiento positivo y también cómo se abre al realismo, porque también están conscientes de que hay situaciones malas, pero al mismo tiempo visualizan un mejor futuro. También no están siendo ciegamente positivos ni tampoco muy negativos. Hay innovadores y otros líderes que también quisieran tomar estas tres características y esas personas van a tener un buen ambiente para hacer un cambio de paradigma. ¿Y por qué? Porque ven el cambio como una oportunidad y no lo ven como una amenaza. Entonces, para poder determinar a aprender y también practicar estos áreas cognitivas, emocionales y disposicionales, entonces ustedes se pueden adaptar de mejor forma y en esa forma permitir que otros también se adapten de buena forma. Y eso va a tomar y nos va a dar la determinación y todo esto es parte de ser un catalizador del cambio más que un antagonista del cambio. Entonces, ¿qué sucedería? ¿Qué pasa si es que no puedo equilibrar todo esto?
¿Qué pasa si yo no puedo enfrentar los cambios en mi vida con esta determinación? A menudo esto va a resultar en una tragedia, en un espiral negativo. Y estas son cosas que yo llamo los 5 riesgos o las 5 Ds del riesgo. Y no todas las palabras comienzan con D en español, ¿ok? Pero en inglés yo las llamo las 5 D, porque en inglés sí. Y todo comienza cuando yo estoy negando que hay un problema que debe ser resuelto. En segundo lugar, comienzo a dudar mi capacidad de lidiar con el cambio. Yo pierdo mi capacidad de resolución. Esto me lleva a sentirme angustiado, lo que se define también como el sufrimiento de dolor extremo o de estar fuera de mí. Con esto yo pierdo y caigo en la desesperación, es perder mi templanza. Yo caigo en un estado de desesperanza profundo. Y este es el punto de quiebre. ¿Y cuál es el único resultado posible? Es sentirme fracasado y perdedor. No, ya nada me va a salvar. Me voy a rendir. No puedo manejar tantos cambios. No habrá ningún cambio de paradigma, ninguna innovación, ni nada de nada. ¿Y por qué? Porque yo ya me sentiré derrotado. No, 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 esto no se ve nada de bien, ¿cierto? Es como ser aplastado bajo el peso de una carga que no se mueve. Y es solo de papel esa carga. ¿Es posible salir de abajo de esa montaña de papel? Sí, claro, es posible. Es reconocer, resolver. ¿Y se acuerdan de la tercera palabra? La tercera palabra es responder. ¿Cómo debo yo responder? Quiero sugerir 3 maneras o 3 perspectivas diferentes. En primer lugar, una mirada interna. ¿Qué significa esto? Abrazar el cambio, no escondernos, no sentarnos, arrugar la nariz y decir, no, yo no voy a aceptar el cambio y punto, porque siempre lo he hecho así y siempre lo haré así. Nadie me va a cambiar. No, vamos. Recuerden, el cambio no es el enemigo aquí, el cambio es una oportunidad, no es una amenaza. Consideren esto. Este tipo de rieles en Estados Unidos es la distancia entre los rieles, ¿ok? Es de 4 pies y 8 pulgadas y media, ¿ok? Esa es la medida. ¿Y por qué un número tan extraño? Porque es así como lo hicieron en Inglaterra. Y algunas de las líneas férreas en Estados Unidos fueron hechas por expatriados británicos. ¿Y por qué adoptaron entonces esta distancia en particular? Porque las personas que crearon estos tranvías previos utilizaban esa distancia y eso lo hicieron porque las personas que lo habían construido utilizaban las mismas herramientas y los mismos estándares que utilizaron para construir los vagones, que también utilizaban la medida de 4 pies y 8 pulgadas y media. Entonces, ¿Por qué los vagones se construyeron con esa medida? Porque tal como con cualquier otro, como con cualquier otra medida, no iban a lograr pasar por los caminos. ¿Y quién creó estos caminos de esta manera? Las primeras carreteras de larga distancia fueron construidas por el Imperio Romano para beneficiar a sus legionarios. Muchos de estos caminos se han utilizado desde ese entonces y por primera vez estos carros fueron utilizados por los romanos. Y estamos hablando de esta medida de 4 pies con 8,5 pulgadas para que pudieran encajar las partes traseras de 2 caballos. Así que ese es el motivo, es así como siempre lo hemos hecho. Probablemente esta no es la mejor excusa, ¿cierto? No es como creemos que es. ¿Y quién hubiese pensado que el trasero de un caballo va a ser tan importante, ¿cierto? Que las ancas del caballo va a ser tan importante. Y bueno, uno hubiese pensado que esto es antagonista al cambio, porque nadie se movió de su área de confort. Pero no fue así. Estamos hablando de un cambio de paradigma completo aquí. Esto significa, necesitamos comenzar a hacernos las preguntas correctas. En vez de preguntar el por qué, debemos preguntarnos, ok, ¿qué oportunidades nuevas me va a dar esto? En vez de preguntarnos, ¿cómo me afecta a mí? Preguntémonos, ¿qué problemas resuelve esto? En vez de preguntar, ay, ¿a qué hora se acaba esto? Preguntemos, ¿qué puedo hacer yo para ayudar a alguien más? Busquemos una solución innovadora, señoras y señores. Yo creo firmemente que si usted no innova, usted está haciendo y dejando todo estancado. Ustedes pueden ver en salesconcept.com, se escribió un concepto muy interesante que hablaba del cambio y dijo, Ben Benjamin, dijo, la manera más efectiva de lidiar con el cambio es cambiar uno mismo y específicamente cambiar nuestro proceso de pensamiento. Es cambiar el paradigma. No hay nada como el COVID-19 para cambiar cómo pensamos a las cosas, ¿cierto? Y eso es lo primero. Y en segundo lugar, debemos estar hacia arriba. Antes en la presentación yo dije que algunos cambios son cambios que nosotros hemos hecho y hay otros que son impuestos sin nuestro conocimiento ni consentimiento o debido a circunstancias que no controlamos. Y bueno, a menudo podemos buscar en nosotros mismos la fortaleza para lidiar con dichos cambios. Eso tiene que ver con el reconocimiento. Sin embargo, a veces yo me encuentro en situaciones que van más allá de mi control y en estos momentos quizás una mirada interna no es suficiente y yo siento que necesito mirar más allá de mí mismo para encontrar el empoderamiento que necesito para lidiar con el cambio. Y yo sé que esta no es una reunión religiosa, por lo tanto yo no estoy evangelizando ni dando un sermón. Por favor, no me malentiendan, pero se me pidió compartir mi pensamiento y la verdad es imposible que yo haga esto sin hacer alguna referencia al poder de la fe, aunque sea una referencia pequeña. Y esto tiene que ver con confiar y depender, ¿ok? No quiero ofender a nadie porque es lo último que quiero hacer. Vamos a dejar la religión completamente fuera de esto y vamos a verlo solamente desde la perspectiva práctica y en algún momento del tiempo, en algún momento en la vida de todas las personas van a llegar a un punto como un camino sin salida y se debe reconocer la existencia de alguien o algo que está más allá de nosotros, en lo cual nosotros podemos depender. Ahora, su deidad puede ser Alá, Jehová, Buda o puede ser conocido por otro nombre. O si usted cree en múltiples deidades o si prefiere no creer en ninguna deidad en lo absoluto o si prefiere creer en una fuerza invisible y poderosa, ay, eso depende de usted. Pero, ¿qué más puede hacer usted cuando sufra un cambio más grande de lo que usted puede controlar? Es su decisión, pero yo decido poner mi fe en alguien cuya fuerza jamás me ha fallado, alguien que ha cambiado mi vida completamente y que hace que todo se solucione para mi beneficio al final del día. Y cuando yo llegué a darme cuenta de esto, solo entonces tuve la confianza de que mi vida va a continuar y que algo bueno va a surgir a partir de todo este desastre que es el cambio. Y en las palabras de Ramon de Souza, que es la persona que escribió lo que se llama el rezo de la serenidad, es: Dios, dame la serenidad para aceptar las cosas que no puedo cambiar, la valentía para cambiar las cosas que sí puedo cambiar y la sabiduría para distinguir una de la otra. Y los fundadores de Estados Unidos reconocieron eh, la importancia de depender de alguien más allá que nosotros para buscar la fortaleza que necesitaban cuando estaban pasando por la formación de Estados Unidos. Yo no creo que nadie podría haberlo dicho de mejor manera que Benjamin Franklin cuando hizo esta pregunta retórica y dijo: si puede caer entonces algo al suelo sin que Dios lo note, ¿es posible que un imperio pueda surgir sin que Dios le ayude? Bueno, eso sería entonces con respecto a responder. Hemos aceptado el cambio con una mirada interna. Hemos sido empoderados para lidiar con esto a partir de una perspectiva superior. Y ahora es el punto de instar a otras personas para que lo hagan y para que miremos desde una perspectiva exterior. ¿Y cómo lo hacemos? Cultivamos un clima para cambiar el paradigma. Yo sugiero 3 maneras. En primer lugar, traspasar lo que yo ya he aprendido. Esto tiene que ver con ser mentor. Como un innovador, las personas mirarán a usted, comparta con las personas, busque los momentos en los cuales las personas se pueden involucrar en sus estrategias de negocios, de programación, de mejores prácticas, etcétera, etcétera. En segundo lugar, busquemos lo mejor de cada situación, maximizar una lección de vida que nosotros hemos aprendido desde siempre. Aquellas personas que no aprenden de sus errores están condenadas a repetirlos. Y en tercer lugar, si alguien más se puede beneficiar, eso es algo que nos motiva. Y el éxito es algo que nos interesa a todos. Como profesionales de seguridad en TI, ustedes quieren ser exitosos, ¿cierto? Como gerentes, ustedes quieren que su equipo, que su empresa tenga éxito. Y estas 3 ideas de mentoría, de maximizar y de motivar son cosas que nos van a ayudar a implementar una forma de pensar que nos lleva al cambio y a la innovación. Recuerden, yo estoy convencido que la innovación nos lleva a la colaboración. Y en la crisis del COVID por la que estamos pasando, hemos visto este espíritu de colaboración en muchas empresas que están respondiendo al cambio con su propia perspectiva externa, están cambiando cómo hacen la fabricación de sus productos, etcétera, etcétera. Se han citado varios ejemplos de esto en un artículo de mayo del 2020 y en primer lugar, la empresa de lujo LVMH cambió su fábrica de perfumes para fabricar sanitizador de manos. También el gigante de electrónicos en Taiwán cambió desde hacer iPhones a hacer máscaras para el rostro. Y también hay otras empresas que han dejado de hacer vestidos de fiesta o trajes de noche y han comenzado a fabricar trajes médicos. Lo mismo, hay empresas que han pasado de fabricar automóviles a ventiladores. Así que les digo, yo no solo me siento optimista de que este momento va a terminar, pienso también que esto sugiere que nosotros como sociedad tenemos la actitud y tenemos la mentalidad para enfrentar desafíos enormes y ojalá podamos continuar promoviendo la innovación para nuestro bienestar colectivo por mucho tiempo después de que esta crisis se acabe. Y eso es algo que me entusiasma. Así que cuando estemos haciendo mentoría, maximizando y motivando, debemos establecer expectativas altas y esto tiene un motivo, ¿cierto? Porque nadie quiere ser promedio. Ustedes saben lo que es ser promedio. Ser promedio es ser lo mejor de lo peor y ser lo peor de lo mejor. ¿Y quién quiere eso? No, nadie. Yo no lo quiero. Porque esto tiene que ver con ser un antagonista y no un catalizador. Así que Tomemos el ejemplo de estas empresas que han cambiado sus actividades por causa del COVID-19 y hagamos este cambio nosotros mismos, cambiemos nuestro paradigma para que podamos comprometer a nuestros pares para que se involucren también. Y aquí tenemos otra cita de Benjamin Franklin. Dígame algo y yo lo olvidaré, enséñame y yo quizás lo recuerde, pero si yo participo y me veo involucrado, lo aprenderé. Así que por favor, involucremos a otras personas en nuestra perspectiva exterior, haciendo mentoría, maximizando y motivando. El presidente John Quincy Adams dijo, si sus acciones inspiran a que otras personas sueñen más, aprendan más, hagan más y se vuelvan algo más, entonces usted es un líder. Y con eso yo quiero añadir, tú también vas a ser un innovador. Muy bien. Y hemos llegado al final, así que rápidamente vamos a hacer una revisión. Este enfoque de tres partes. En primer lugar, debemos reconocer los cambios. Son inevitables, inexorables e inspiradores también. ¿Recuerdan la segunda palabra? Resolver. Debo resolver con determinación. ¿Recuerdan la tercera palabra? La tercera palabra es responder. Debemos responder con una mirada interior, con un empoderamiento superior y hacia afuera debemos instar al resto de las personas. Dale Carnegie, el autor de Cómo ganar amigos e influir en las personas, Dale Carnegie dijo, mantenga su mente abierta al cambio todo el tiempo, dele la bienvenida, búsquelo. Es solo examinando y reexaminando sus opiniones e ideas que usted puede progresar. Y miren, ustedes pueden ser catalizadores de cambio, o pueden ser antagonistas que resistan una y otra vez, incluso cuando ni siquiera se den cuenta, como profesionales de TI, como profesionales de ciberseguridad, como innovadores, como personas que esperan y trabajan por el día en el cual vamos a surgir finalmente de esta pandemia global. Ustedes están en una posición única para que las cosas sucedan o para quedarse simplemente mirando como un testigo mientras las cosas les suceden a ustedes, mientras sufren de la apatía. Señoras y señores, por favor, no nos sintamos satisfechos y satisfechas con el status quo, como Maquiavelo dijo, destruyámoslo y por lo tanto busquemos un clima para el cambio de paradigma y facilitemos la innovación en un mundo post-COVID-19. Seamos catalizadores del cambio y no antagonistas. Muchas gracias por su tiempo, les agradezco por su atención y ahora si es que hay cualquier pregunta, vamos a hablar con nuestros anfitriones y continuamos.
Thank you, Joe, very much. Your presentation was amazing. It was a very inspiring. Caramba. It was a roller coaster. Seeing if there is any question, you can ask anything. Just if I'm looking for a question, I would like to ask Joe. It was very clear. You've got an amazing explanation. I would like to know, where do you get all your energy, Joe? It is true. It is amazing. You had it up. I'm drinking mate here because I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Well, old people they say that you need to compensate when you don't have energy. But well, I got some gray hair here. No, Joe, please let us know, what are you doing? I mean, but everything that I do, I would like to do it with 120% of energy, knowing that the situation that we are today, we need to give the best that we've got, and we need to continue working with all the effort possible, and with all the data that we're collecting for it, with the cybersecurity, all the things we need to deal with all the energy. We cannot look down, not even 1 minute, even with the data security or the personal safety. We can not be not be on guard. We have to be on guard all the time. Everybody that is doing the research in order to look for the vaccine. Yes. I'm I'm thinking in English. I'm sorry. So all of that is part of it. In that energy that you've got to be in order to tackle this problem, to think and to change this paradigm. And also, Joe, with a positive mind, positive body, we are more immune to these bad diseases. And also, we have many hashtags, and within that, we got a COVID. We're fighting the situation to change the situation, and we will meet again because our conferences are presenter. We like being there, feeling the experience live. So that is why we would like to meet again, and we're sure that we will meet again. And in person is way better, way better. And ask, I like. Asking people and you answer it just like that, and to look at people in the eye. Yes, we love doing that. I have a question. I'm going to do it in Spanish, but you can answer in English, of course. Alejandra is there paying attention to translate. Yes. What do you think that is going to happen after the COVID, and if at some time we will go back to the old reality, or this is like a chemist process with no return, and this is going to be something new? That is a very good question. Very good. I believe that we can conquer this virus for sure, because all virus, every virus that we have seen had been conquered. But okay, but you
Because even though this can be somehow conquered and we can take a deep breath and we can overcome this despair for the situation, of course, I do not feel despair. I am faithful that we will make it through this. But the point is that even though everything changes, even though things get difficult when it comes to going back to our reality. I believe that even within this new reality, we still need to be diligent. We need to let we need to maintain our guards up because God knows maybe we will have COVID 21. God forbid. I do not want that. With just once I've had it. Yes, let's keep it positive, man. Yes, that's how I feel. Even if things feel difficult, definitely there will be a permanent change. We still have to be careful and even more careful in the future, but at the same time, we have to continue to think. As I said it earlier, we have to think about changing our paradigm, keeping our minds and our eyes open to think about the processes, to think about everything differently, to remain open to any innovation that comes along to change our situation, to make it better, and to become more efficient. Because everything can get better for everyone if they feel that way. Pandemics or no pandemics, anyhow, that way of thinking is something that we need to maintain. We need to maintain our minds open to change to try to continue improving. Thank you. Thank you. Great answer. Thank you so much. And I have another question.
What's your opinion regarding the level of cybersecurity of the health institutions in general? In general, well, they've got data that are more sensitive, right? And we cannot say the same regarding the financial institutions because that is sensitive as well. Your money, and then you lose your money and you don't have it. Anything that might be hacked, it doesn't matter if it is security or money or Amazon, the groceries of a shoe factory or any industry that it is, but especially I'm thinking about the case with health and human services, social services, and health services. I believe that for such a long time they have been saying, okay, this is sensitive, and that way of thinking that they have had for a long time, I think that they put them in a better position to be prepared the most. And well, this is not a perfect situation, but I think that they are very well prepared, but still we need to improve that situation. So that is the difference that I see between the health and human services and the other industry, that probably they haven't seen, okay, this is sensitive, and each example of a data of a person, and it doesn't matter, that is sensitive and we need to be careful, as if they are the data about the your own health. That is the approach, but the same approach and the same thing shouldn't be in any industry. But I do believe that the industry where I am, the health and human services, I'm sorry that I'm saying this in English, that industry, I believe, that had been very well prepared for a longer time, just because they have had that way of thinking that the data are sensitive. Well, I just need to clarify that not necessarily it is the same thing in every country, because in many countries we have seen that health institutions are not the ones that care the most about cybersecurity, because they have many other concerns. And not only in Chile, it happens that we have had some security breach, and we have exposed the diagnosis of some people. I have been part of investigations where we have been able to see some health tests from certain people, certain institutions, and that is a serious thing, because that is sensitive information, as you said. Yes, and and that can be then it can have serious consequences. And in Chile and Latin America, sometimes the situation it is different from the US or Europe. So on this side, probably we need to move forward and to make to create more awareness. I totally agree. Yes, I have another question. Should the medical team and health specialists be trained regarding cybersecurity? Yes, sir. I believe that the responsibility of taking care of data, you said, okay, that is the responsibility of the gurus. A guru, yeah. The responsibility belongs to the gurus of the specialist, but I wouldn't care about them. No, I do not agree with that. For me, I think that every professional that is going to put their mouth, their hands, their fingers, that is touching data, must have, I'm sorry, must have the same level of care as if it is a professional cyber security expert like you are. And the defense will not start in the last wall, that will start in the first wall. I mean, the last line of defense, the last line is you. The first line of defense must do some more things so the other lines that are closer of the castle, of the fort, yes, of the castle, let's say. If the lines are farther away from the castles, then the enemy cannot have access. So that is why each person must have the same way of thinking, that they are not going to start doing, oh, what is this? I'm going to start clicking. Do not click. Hit your own head, put a glove for it, don't click on that. So to be careful, and we need to see that everywhere in each one of the lines of defense, the ones that are outside, the ones that are inside, there is the responsibility of each person to be very careful with things like that. And a small, yeah, they can have big consequences. Yes, of course. And it's also very important what Joe is saying, that in the end, we are the people, the users, the first responsibles, in order not to be part of a fraud, or and that is what we were saying. I mean, to change that paradigm. I mean, it is okay to click on that, but we need to change that paradigm, to have that way of thinking of not living this or to have this issue, or uh, to be like that. And also the last question is related to that. What do you think about the sentence that people, we are the weakest link in cybersecurity, the weakest link? Yes, like a chain. Yes, in a chain. That was interesting. Yes, please repeat the word eslabon. That is that part, the link, the weakest link. Yes, of course, because in a chain, it doesn't matter how strong the chain is, any material that you've got, it is painted, it is very beautiful, and it has everything, but only one link in the chain that it breaks, then the whole chain is going to fall down. So I think that we need to take that into account. I am one of those links, and I have the same responsibility of not being able to leave anything, because if it is me that I start with the link, then the whole chain is going to fall. So that is what I need to stop in order to avoid a more serious disaster. And even though it is a small thing that can have bigger consequences in the future. Okay, thank you very much, Gianella. I don't know if you don't have any question on your side, something else to say. There is a question from the program. Hi, Joe, I'm Lisa. There is someone from the audience that says the question was in English. ¿Cómo podemos cambiar la forma de pensar de las personas cuando se rehúsan al cambio? ¿Cómo podemos hacerlo como un ser que es parte de todo esto? Yes, that was a very good question. I'm going to answer in English if I can. Cada persona es responsable de sus propias acciones. No podemos obligar a alguien a hacer un cambio. Tampoco puede obligar a alguien que haga una opción de que tome la alternativa A o la alternativa B. Yo creo que la mejor forma, más allá de obligarlo, hay muchas cosas también, pero si las personas ven cuáles son los resultados de sus acciones, y si ellos se van a dar cuenta de la gravedad y la severidad de las consecuencias que vienen como resultado de las opciones que toman, entonces probablemente ellos van a tener más disponibilidad a no tomar esas opciones. Entonces, si es que vemos que las consecuencias son claras, o quizás poder graficar de mejor forma esas consecuencias, podríamos ver la gravedad y la seriedad de eso. Y tercero, el modelo. ¿Cómo podemos modelarlo ustedes mismos? Porque si estoy tratando de influir en alguien más, en que tomen alguna opción, yo en mi vida puedo modelarlo, yo mismo puedo hacer y tomar esas decisiones y establecer los ejemplos para que otros puedan ver, mira, si es bueno para él, va a ser bueno para mí también. Entonces yo puedo decir, debemos asegurar de que tenemos que ver cuáles van a ser las consecuencias al no actuar de la forma correcta y también modelar ese mismo comportamiento de que lo haga otra persona. Excellent. On your side, Gianella, any question? No, I'm perfect. I was listening to him. I'm happy to do that. Joe, thank you very much. It has been my pleasure from 8.8 Sur. We really hope that we can meet you in the future. So thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. It's a pleasure. Probably I'm not going to be wearing a tie because it's a little bit hot there. But yes, not yet, but thank you very much for the pleasure of being here, and I'm really thankful. And hopefully that we can meet more in the future. If you don't get tired of this Cuban gringo person, so and also to be a good benefit for the audiences. So thank you very much. Thank you, and have a great day ahead. Thank you very much. So, Janella, we're going to take a break now. I don't know if you would like to say something. No, I am so excited. I'm so happy because, as I said, I had so many expectations about it. This is very dynamic, and all the speakers that we've got today are very interesting. And well, it was, I don't know what time is it, but it has been very brief. And during the break, we're going to have some interesting videos and or a sponsor Movistar, so watch them. And during the break as well, we are going to make a raffle for a t-shirt and ticket for the 8.8. So pay attention to the chat. And after the break, we are going to have one of the most expected presentation, which is the one from Andres, so Elvis Element, also known as Nikki. He's a hacker colleague that has to do with the video game. This is a very interesting presentation. This presentation is called the Gamer Thread. He's my personal friend. Oh, look at that. Excellent. So let's go to the break. And during the break, we're going to have a Q&A. We're going to do a raffle. So don't miss it up. And if you don't have anything else to say, no, I'm just going to be prepared. I'm going to prepare another mate because I want to be with all the energy. And we will do this presentation. Okay, see you in a second. Be back in a minute.
Hello, we're back. 15 minutes went by so quick. The videos were great, and we draw a ticket for a date and also a t-shirt, so we are going to get in contact with the winners. It's about being fast and quick. Okay, that's what you have to do, right? Everyone here types it so fast, they're all ready to go, right? The quickest fingers ever. I think I deserve a t-shirt as well. Yes, definitely. We'll send you an 8.8 t-shirt and an oversized one, please. I enjoy those. And Carlos Landero said it himself that this year, not myself, because the committee is comprised by women only, but this year there will be an 8.8 for women, following and honoring Ada Lovelace, who was the first coder, female coder, and this is a pro gender equality event. So this the you already know that I'm going to be the hostess there, right? Yes, definitely. There will only be women speakers, and do not call me anymore. Gianella will be the official hostess of all the 8.8 events. I love it. I love it. Let me tell you something off the record. Yesterday, I went to bed super late because we were looking at the agenda. We were running tests, of course. So there is also a backstage part to virtual events, and it is so much fun. We had a conversation with so many people, and we shared what we were going through. But I promise to God, my eyes were red. I had to use eye drops and I would wake up every 15 minutes with the alarm going off. I overslept. This is all new for me. This is a new format for me. I mean, I've done some things, some virtual events, some shows to address technology and all that, but this is a completely new world for me. Now, since I'm in church at the moment, I'm going to introduce you to our next speaker this morning. And the idea is that we have a great time together, that you stick around because we have prizes that we are going to be giving away during the event. But now we will have the honor of listening to Andres. I saw him from very early. He wanted to rush Joe. He would get online and offline. He was waiting. He is an analyst, a gamer, hacker, a conference organizer, a ninja of streaming as well, creator of the post podcast of Hacker Things. And there are so many things that we will hear from him. It will be very interesting. I'm a gamer now. Actually, I have here my notebook and I have my games here lying around the table. And now we want to welcome Andres Naranjo, Nikki, for his friends. I'm a personal friend of his, right? How are you, Nikki? Hi, good morning, Chile. Good morning, Latin America. And good afternoon for everyone here in Spain. And good evening. Thank you so much for giving me the honor to participate and to be a speaker in this event. Great, Nikki. Welcome to 8.8 Sur 2020. Thank you so much. I'm super thankful for having the opportunity to talk about one of the topics that I enjoy the most, and especially having these partners, this uh, hosts like yourself, Gabriel and Janela, especially for having had this keynote by Joe that was great. Okay, then the floor is yours. Well, great. Also, something else very important that we have to mention, we are going to be taking questions. If you happen to have any doubt, any question, we will take those questions and we will ask them at the end of the session that will be the Gamer Threat Volume 3. There will be a person from Telefonica throughout the conference. If you happen to have any question regarding their service, please do contact them over the chat. Well, without further ado, Nikki, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you to the organization, to the sponsors for giving me the opportunity. to participate in this event and to start with this keynote presentation, even though after everything you said about me, I will try not to let you down, and I will try to talk about many things that Dr. Joe addressed about changing the mindset, the paradigm. That's something that has come along. So many of the things that have been written are coming back to be updated once again, and how sometimes those that are committing cyber crimes are taking advantage of how outdated we are sometimes. And I will start, first of all, addressing something that I like to address, which is myself, of course. I am an ex specialist. I'm a cyber intelligence analyst and chief security envoy, which is a program for cybersecurity professionals in any company, in any industry, both externals and internal, in their duty to outline the cybersecurity culture. Okay, I don't like to go through my career. I'm a gamer. I'm very close to the gaming scene for many years now. I've engaged in collaboration with the press, with TV, with tournaments, with events. If this picture doesn't show enough, I will add this stream account where you will see that I have a very fruitful gaming account and I've won a tournament or two. Okay, I look like a Puerto Rican rap singer. I'm there in the middle of the group in the picture. And let's talk about the gamer thread, which is a number of conferences that have been going on for some years now. And the purpose was that there was a certain lag when talking about cyber risks associated to cyber games because I always saw the focus placed on things that I thought were not as important. However, we were not paying attention to very real risks and some very important financial crimes that take place. And these conferences called the attention of the National Spanish Police, and they invited me to the most important police conference that has been held in Europe with over 4,000 people, with a bunch of rooms, with so many cyber intelligence specialists, not only from Spain, from Europe, from all over the world. And it was a huge success. And for me, especially, it was I felt very excited to feel sort of this acknowledgement from the police forces as a collaborator to address cyber crimes associated to this scene of gaming. And without further ado, let's dive right into the purpose of my presentation today. We will talk about gambling and cyber crimes. I will first of all make a brief introduction. What are the schemes? What do they look like? This is easy to understand if we understand this meme over here on the screen, right? Probably this resonates with many people. This is the person that plays every day, but we do not see the person. We just see their avatars, okay? And they look something like this. And what we have to understand is that this look that this person chooses, they don't do it randomly. They usually buy this, but not only their looks, their clothing, their guns or armors, their tattoos, these are all add-ons that you have to pay for, and mostly you pay for that in free games, up to the point that the model that games have taken us to today, they account for 80% of the gaming industry. That's exclusively for free games. That's sort of contradictory, but it is. Free games account for 80% of the industry in terms of purchases made inside those games. There are optional purchases, okay? Most of them are oriented towards aesthetic features, okay? Having said that, let's go back in history. But in history, what does a coin even be? At the beginning of times, we were talking about metal coins that had the value of what they represented, and people would carry this in a packet and they would take this to someone that has certain security measures in place to be able to care for this, and then this person would give a certain certificate saying that this person had this money. Having this person our money, of course, if someone were to take that certificate, then that person would be the owner of the money, and that was the beginning of notes or paper bills. Okay, that was the beginning. And as you can see, coffee beans and even salt started or were used as means of change, as coins for change. Okay, this is a reflection of going back to history. Things have the value that you attain to them, things have the value that someone is willing to pay for that. And this throughout history has led us to situations, for instance, the tulip mania. You can Google that, go on Wikipedia. At some point you were even able to change a house for a tulip bulb. This was the most important and the first bubble, economic bubble of the history. There have been so many throughout history, but this is a very strange one, that something like a tulip may have the value of a house. Well, having gone through these concepts out of the box, so let's go back to video games. Okay, let's talk about the skins that are located inside the video games. At some point, these weapons with different designs started being paid within free games, and I will address this mainly. Okay, the CS Go, which is a free game in which we may use these guns that we have to pay for, and then we will see what the figures are. Okay, a Russian website created a site to exchange guns for other guns. Okay, at the beginning everything was fine, but let's say that this is a business model that creates a part in which you may gamble these weapons that were paid for, of course, in esports, in the competition part of the video games. Okay, so you can buy things and also bet them on games. Okay, this was very successful and it was sold 2 months after it was created for 50 million euros. I know that it was sold later for a higher price, but that was the origin of this huge movement associated to bets associated to video games. Now let's talk about bets and gambling. This is a concern for me because everything that we've seen so far regarding gambling and bets in Spain, at least, this is a market that has grown a lot. Its digital transformation, the online betting business is growing up like is bubbling up like crazy, and because of this economy that seems to go unseen by most of the society for some years now, it started boosting and it started increasing in cyber crimes. This is a blog entry that was written by myself for 3 years ago, and it talks about how cyber criminals may use these sites to commit cyber crimes. Now, let's talk about their revenues. Let's talk about numbers. In concrete, the video gaming industry in Spain has very good health. I do not know the current figure regarding this sector. I only have the information from 2017, but this is for you to have an idea. The video game industry moves more money than the film industry and the music industry altogether. And specifically now in 2019, it has doubled these two industries together. However, the gambling industry has a turnover of the three largest telcos in Spain. It's a huge number. And what are the consequences of this? Gambling houses have, of course, in this new digital business in which betting is only a couple of clicks away from you, they have focused their activities mostly on teenagers because there are many studies that show that addictions, if they happen throughout the teenage years, they are much more resilient when it comes to trying to quit that addiction. Therefore, they have become their target. And it would seem that everything is solved because we just don't allow teenagers or underage people to gamble or to bet, right? But I'm afraid it's not as easy as that, especially when it comes to gaming. That's just not the case. This leads us to other important consequences. For instance, you may buy using cash a certain item for a video game in a certain country to a certain person. You can send that item online instantly to any country in Europe, and in any country I can sell it legally with a transaction and to have that in my bank account. And with that, I'm committing 2 crimes because first, I'm moving currency from one country to the other, and I'm also doing money laundry because I'm just selling an item that I got on game, and this is something that is not regulated anywhere in the world. Dr. Joe said something about politicians. In Spain, we had a politician that would gain the lottery every year. So let's even think about what happens within a video game. This is sort of a lottery process that goes on. And let's talk about what happens with random activity or random situations that happen in the video games. Now, if you've kept paying attention until this point, I'm sure that you've thought about this. Okay, hold it, hold it. You're not telling me anything new, and it will definitely happen with the bitcoins, right? Yes, that's true. But there is a couple of caveats here, and I do, I'm convinced that there are differences. And of course, if something has happened with crimes along history, and of course, therefore, cybercrime, is that it gets creative, okay? By the day, let's take a look at the Bitcoin from 2012 to 2020. You don't have to be an expert to see that the Bitcoin is something that fluctuates a lot. And with that, if we want to do money laundering, if we want to hide our gains, our profit, if you invest that in Bitcoin, that could be a mess. That's something that may risk losing three-quarters of their value. However, video games items, most of these things, for instance, the keys, TF2 keys in Counter-Strike, they have a fairly stable price. It only shifts in 4 to 5% and it recovers in 3 days. It's super stable. You can move it anywhere you want. You can sell it anywhere you want, almost instantly using any type of legal means of payment and bring it back to your bank account. As I said it earlier, this is something that I've seen before.
And of course, my knowledge about this topic led me to say that we've got the offer and supply. When we don't have much of an offer of a product, that the price will only go up. And what are the consequences probably with this pandemic? Probably people that will be trading these digital values. Well, the securities. And well, a couple of years ago, I embedded a 70 or $80 in some items, and now, and that with that, I'm going to cover the fund for the University of my daughter. This is, as you can see on the screen, and February the 12th, it was just $5. In euros, it was €4. And today, on the 24th of July, it was over €60. So it had an increase of 359 monthly with an accumulator of 1.7%. Well, I had those euros, and today it was roughly, wait, a lot. And this is easily transferable into real money. And all these things that I have been documenting, of course, me and other people, they recognize that Valve behind Counter-Strike and other games, they said that they had to take, because the keys, those were being used in world websites of fraud in order to do money laundering. So with that, you cannot move the money between accounts. So this is a small patch, almost cosmetic from my point of view, because the rest of the video games are not being affected. Even the Valve itself and the rest of the items is the same thing. So with the ones that we've got more demands, we don't have more demand, more supplies. So in the signatory, as you can see, you've got the link in this channel. I would like to put all of the links of this presentation And if you would like to check that information, but of course the industry, they know that they need to take a part of this because there are so many governments that are behind it, especially in Europe. They're taking some actions because of this mechanism that we've got for the video games. I'm paying for a key and then I don't know what I'm going to get. Then that is going to take me $2, and then probably I can have $500, and that is a mechanism that can be randomly done, and that can be sold as real money. And in this case, in Belgium, this system was prohibited, and also in France. But at the moment, they have sorted out by having some sort of a trick, and we can see what is inside. But if we can not open it, we cannot continue open it. It's complicated to explain, but this is just a randomly system, and it should be prohibited. And Spain, in concrete, or politicians, as you can see, they've got a certain FIFA cards because there are so many associations in the defense, especially against the gamblers. They are recognizing, and right now there is a change in the state of mind, in the awareness, and that it should be always prohibited for younger people, underage people. So, okay, if you've been paying attention, to the left, you can see a weapon. This is a weapon that I've got, and I just sold it, and it is roughly $5,000. There are some that are cheaper. This is a cosmetic. This is the weapon that I've got within the video games, and you cannot get any advantage of that. It has a real value. You can cash it, and also we can sell it. We can change it as for money, real money in our bank account. And also we can bet. What is the difference with this? Of course, the two consequences, the negative consequences that we need to start taking and to be aware as a society, is that there are underage people that can gamble here. There is nothing that will prevent them to do, and it is tax free as well, and there is no control for that, and that is totally available for many tax crimes that are associated. So let's go to the good news. This is some tips for parents, because I'm a parent myself, and we need to take care of our children with the bets. And when we see that they're moving money within those bets, because they can like normalize by betting something that has real money in their head is the same thing as the money. You need to put a lot of controls to also to the means of payments, to the video games, and never leave your credit card or to enter or a credit card in their account for whatever might happen, because someone else may have access to their account. And that is why to spend with your credit card that is associated to that. And also pay attention to any use that we consider as bad, as a change in the attitude, or something that will let us know that there is a problem there. If they change their interest, or there is school performance. I am not a psychiatrist, I am not an anthropologist or anything like that, but I know the world of video games. But this is a tip, this is just a piece of advice from me as a parent. And also that can we can have a safe use, and also that helps you with the stress, and also that trains the brain for the ones that for some years that we are kind of old enough, and it has been documented for many universities. But also, as any other thing in our digital life, we need to take care of it, and we need to take care that we will do it in a responsible and in a secure manner, and also to educate our underage children. And this has been a platform with complex systems, and we understand the new social network associated to the video game because we can upload content, you can chat, you can talk in voice, you can have a video conference, you can transmit this game to other places. So it is a summary to everything that we've got associated to a social network, and also we move real money, and that's why it should be regulated in terms of the cybercrime. Crime is very creative. And the third case, we need to prohibit this game in underage people in any case, and that is going to come only with a strong regulation from the government. And the fourth part is the best way to prevent it is a good education, and of course, with everything that has to do with our digital education. Well, that's it. I hope that you like it and all this information, and of course that many people receive this information seeing that there is another world out there. I was really paying attention. This is very, very important. I had an interview for another topic actually, and the journalist was really interested in the threats that we've got regarding video games. You are a gamer. I don't have much time to do playing, but did you confirm that there are more kinds of threats and also people that are doing some impersonations, and also for parents to realize that there is a threat there? And video games are technologies, and as the rest of the technologies, they are bigger and bigger, and that is opening more doors. And this is not just a part of the video games, and what, as we said in the conference, as in the medical environment, so they've got more technologies, and that's why they need additional measures for security and to be aware and to make this and to use to be responsible in this. I was paying attention to what you were saying. It really caught my attention regarding education and children. How can we reform or try to educate the children, which are the new generations that will have all of this included? It could be at a school level. Maybe we can educate them at schools. If that depends on me, yes, of course. But let's go to the family environment. We always say that the human beings are the weakest link in terms of security, but we can be at the first line of defense if we start teaching to every level, to all individuals, to start using technology in a responsible manner. So as a parent, probably the video games are a good opportunity so we can teach our children to do that. Yes. How do we use technology? As we use this double factor of identity and their coins for the Fortnite or any other coins and fort coins, or there are some crystals in Palaveda, but they should take care of their own digital money, because it is not necessary to have a real money, but maybe it was a good thing for them to understand that the person that added me to play with me, probably it is not a kid of 15 years old, probably is a predator. And that is something that we have seen as well. And I talked about it in my conferences, because I couldn't include it here because I didn't have much time, but they should take care of their digital future. And also it caught my attention what what I about the credit cards. What will be the step by step in order to take care of all children and our credit cards? Well, in the bank entities, it is hard for them to change their business model and also to have a certain regulation. So that in Europe, we have had, for instance, some regulations about it, and all of the transactions that take place within Europe, that we need a second factor, and that is in terms of the code of coordinates in this new regulation, which is the PCS2, and to change the passwords as well. Probably that would be a good idea. And well, the hackers, we've got a trick is that we remove the numbers at the back. So do not write it down in a post-it, stick to your credit card, of course, but we delete it. We delete those verification code. And that is written down. You don't have to put the three pins of your credit cards, but we need to know where it is written down. And also, if someone has access to your mobile, you will need to block it. That is a very, very useful, very useful. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write it down. Yes. If we lose our credit card, most of the online, but many of the online sites, you can just enter the numbers and then you start buying things. And now, uh, I have the female part. Actually, we've got Alejandra as well. I would like to ask you, how are we going to take this gamer part with our couples? How do we do in order not to have problems when they start playing for hours and hours of video games? Probably little by little, we can include our partners into the video games. What is the starting point? Well, video games, it is a hobby. But to be honest, I would say that, and I have noticed that I am a grown up for a lot of time already, and it's clear to me, and we discussed it in the radio in 8.8, and video games are benefits, and the stress that we're submitted every single day, the stress that we sometimes we can release that with a video game. And if your couple understand it, but what would happen when you go to the other side? Well, it shouldn't be a problem, but still, probably there is an obsessive use of it. In my specific case, probably what I have had a couple, I understand that the video games are part of a hobby that really help me to be disconnected. That is part of the cybersecurity. How many hours per day does the normal range for women to understand? Well, I wouldn't say time frame that should be regarding the availability. If you have 8 hours available and you want to spend 7 hours playing, that well, that's a good thing. If you have 8 free hours and you will spend 7 hours playing, no, come on. Okay, if you don't have anything else to do, okay, it's okay. But if a person has 2 hours a day playing. I mean, they've got only 2 free hours a day, and they will spend an hour and a half playing. Well, I don't know. That's why we should study that part a little bit, probably. But but it is as long as we don't get into conflict with the others. Okay. Yes, I joined that. Well, thank you, Nikki, very much. It was very interesting, and this is an important topic. So thank you very much, and I hope we can see you soon. Yes, person to person, face to face. Yes, that would be great. Bye bye. We will go to the waiting room and we will leave you with some videos and also some contests. So stay with us, and we are just going to go back. There is a long day ahead. We've got ruffles, we've got contests, and we've got many surprises. We will be right back.
We're back. I apologize. There were some questions left unanswered, but we're going to do it immediately. He will answer your questions via chat, but do not worry. These things happen in this new reality and in this new world of online events, okay? We have with us our next speaker, a woman finally, and there was this discussion going on regarding how come we do not have more women in our event. It's not that we want to, we do not choose them or single them out. The speakers themselves, the researchers, the hackers, women or men, they have to send us their pieces of research, and then our academic committee chooses the best pieces, and those are presented in our conference. And in this case, Yury was the only woman who sent the paper for this version of the conference, and that's the reason why she's with us, and also because of her research is very interesting. So I do not want to take any more of your time. Gianella, please continue with the introductions. Yes, now we are able to see and listen to each other, okay? Yury has an amazing career, an amazingly long resume. She is a reliability engineer on site, and she is a preacher for chaos engineering. That is what definitely interests me, and I want to hear about that. She has 7 years of experience working on this, developing software with different agile methodologies, Kanban methodologies, and I believe that the best thing we can do is listen to her. She's also a professor, so what better than that? So, Yuri, welcome to 8.8 Sur 2020. And when we come back from your presentation together with Gianella, we will be taking questions. Any piece of information that was left unsaid? No, everything was perfect. Okay, then. Welcome. The floor is yours. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Everybody hear me? Yes, thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to have been invited to continue with the conversation. For me, it's an honor, regardless of being the only woman in the conference. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And I will start by saying, or by telling you a little bit more about myself. I'm going to share my screen, and the talk is designing game days from to prepare site reliability engineering teams. And thank you so much for being here. The presentation has some pictures of where we are and what we do. My name is Niño. I'm site reliability engineer at IL Digital Labs. We provide services of technology and innovation for financial entities in Colombia. I have 7 to 8 years of experience developing software, and for a year now, I've been part of the team of ATL. And at the moment, that is my title, SRE, and I will let you know more about what this is and how this synchronizes with chaos engineering that we are working on. Apart from that, I am an advocate in chaos engineering in the Spanish speaking community. I will let you know about that. And we have here my LinkedIn accounts and Twitter account in case you want to stay updated on my content that I post, and also my personal webpage. Okay, then. This is the agenda of my presentation during the minutes that have been allocated. Once again, thank you so much for allowing me to share the lessons and the knowledge that I've learned. It's an honor for me. And we will talk about SRE. What is site reliability engineering? What is the difference between that and other activities, and how this connects with reliability, security, and keeping? If you review the literature and the documentation that exists, it's not as aligned. Recently, a book was published, and this is the book that inspired this presentation. Then we will talk about training for SRE teams. The SRE teams eventually do include security roles in them, and we will see how the concepts that we already know from previous literature regarding training of SRE teams may be utilized for security engineers. And that can be the core topic of our presentation. And we will talk about security. What is this? What is security engineering? At the moment, there are three references that have been published, and in a book will be published on SRE engineering, and we will share the topics that we will hear in the book. And we've been working on this within APM regarding chaos engineering. And we will see how these concepts, these training concepts, can be brought to what we know as the Green Days. Green Days are exercises in which the engineers get to play around with chaos within their activities, and they are inspired and organized to learn on the technology. But in this case, we are going to bring this idea to chaos engineering exercises, and we will bring it towards the security issues. And this is something that we have gathered from the experience and the literature regarding gameplays. And this is something that we are trying to bring closer to security, and we'll see what are the improvements that need to be done if the exercise is embedded within a training for security engineers. Before we continue on, this is a talk that's dedicated to SRE or site reliability engineers that are on call, very well caffeinated, and probably got up at the middle of the night to see what is going on. That's probably one of the roles that the SRE doing, which is to be on call, to be paying attention all the time that our apps are not under attack, that they are working precisely as expected, and precisely that they are reliable. We will talk about reliability. So we are the ones that have to play this role, and sometimes we need to get up in the middle of the night to take a look at what's going on when something happens. So this is a talk that's dedicated to all these people. Very well then.
So just to
To
start
start, a
a
little bit of
context.
context about this. We have seen some very bad events in the history of security engineering, and I wanted to summarize this on the slide that really is not enough because throughout history we have had so many episodes. But let's start with this, okay? An attack that was launched in 2013 that was propagated through through files that were sent via email. People were receiving an email with an attached file, and as soon as they opened the file, the files were encrypted and they had to pay money to be able to have access to their files again.
So in June 2014, an operation of the FBI was able to cut everybody that was generated attacked. It was many people that were affected by this, and the attackers obtained over $30 million in the time that they were doing this. So they've got an attached file with an email, and when you open the email, and now you open all of everything will be blocked. So, and another thing that we've got with oh, here it is. We've got this I love you. This virus was also associated with an email. It has been almost 20 years of this attack, but it is remembered because we received an email saying I love you and a love letter, and with that we opened and we corrupted all the files in our computer. So it was a virus that was looking for money at that point, and also to generate this problem for everybody that was receiving. We haven't been able to understand if we were able to reproduce it. This virus was of a high intensity that was propagated with more intensity. That happened almost 20 years ago, but it was the milestone number one, and that because it was what they used in the subject and how easy it was to propagate it and to spread it from one machine to another one. And after that, we've got the machine, which is one of the most dangerous ones, the my doom, and between the 16 and the 25% of the emails back then were infected with this virus that in 2004 it also had many victims. So there are some sad stories about the virus, and we've gotten specific problems with the malware that damage our applications, and that will give us a context to understand later on, because I'm going to be talking about the engineering of security and engineering of the chaos and what happened. Some cyber attacks, and probably you will remember this one, which is remember as the most catastrophic ones in the close history that we've got. And that happened in 2018. That affected to all of the business units of Nextline, and that is a company that transports goods. They're the owners of almost 25% of the market of shipping. And basically, what happened there is that all of the machines of, or let's say the computers of this company were affected by a virus, and also the were detect those files, and all the machines were blocking the incidents. And the story said that even the cards to open the doors were blocked as well. So some of the workers of the workers were locked in their offices because they cannot open the door with their cards. So this is one of the most complicated ones that had happened, and that affected the operation of the company, and also that affect also to FedEx and many other companies that had to do with the transfer, with the shipping of goods. So within May and July of 2017, probably we remember this one because of all of the impact that happened. So, which is the Equifax one, and 147 million U.S. Citizens and 19,000 citizens of Canada saw their data exposed with their security of breach in Equifax. This is a tweet from Max talking about the cyber attack and the cyber breach that was opened there, and going what happened in a couple of weeks with Twitters, with the accounts of many people that were influencers in the social media. They also had a problem with this the security breach in the social media, because some attackers were able to have access to the account and they requested money from Twitter. So it was an attack from the social media, and to this through social engineering they were able to get into the Slack of the company, and they started to change things in the channels, and with that they were able to get into the authentication channel and generated this attack. What is common before checking what's coming, what is the common ground for all of them in this Instagram account that I follow about security for about 20 years? The secret code to launch the missiles was just a change of series. So just it was so terrible for me to think that someone will get into that and to put this code of zeros and to kill a lot of people. So this is a terrible story. And what is the common ground here? The lack of reliability and security in many of the applications. And that's why we're talking about reliability. That is the capability that we've got for a system to work as long as we turn on. Yes, so I take this from the electrical engineering. So what's happening is that a lack of reliability and security will say that our application is going to be working in the way that we expected, that can generate a severe attack as the one that we have been mentioning. And that can expose our system towards the security attack. So we have seen some incidents regarding security that has to do with the reliability. And within those years, we have been studying the reliability and the security, and that is extrapolated to what we do for the software engineers. But when we check the literacy, there are not many documents regarding security, and this is my proposal here. For the applications to be trustworthy, they must be secured. And both concepts together, they gather together in an impressive manner. When I was reading the book and then I was taking the incidents for security, we've got so many things in common, and the ones that we have been studying, the engineering of the cows, and will generate catastrophes for the good manager of our applications and the level of data. So that is the reliability. And this we've got this is the what we have had. This is this part of the SREs, and that's why I've got my position in the company. And thanks to that, this is working. And the main point here, what Google said, that the most important part of the phishing, that is the most important characteristics, because what is worth to have many styles and everything very well designed with a wonderful exercise of engineers, of development designers, if we cannot have access to that. And the point here is that we cannot have access to them, but also why this is worth if they are not safe. If they are not trustworthy, then all of this, everything that engineers were doing, is that they will not be able to be exposed by the user. And if it's not safe, then we're not going to be able to have it available in a productive environment. So that is the reliability and security probably are the most important features in an application. Just give me a second because my cell phone is ringing here. I'm sorry. So we cannot see all of these characteristics and the functionalities that we've got if our applications are not trustworthy, if they are not secured as well. And by understanding this and to extending this definition to what we have seen in the literature, what is the reliability is often referred to the quality over time. So the idea of the reliability was born in some other areas, such as the electronics and aviation, and we have been extrapolating that. So that is the engineering of the reliability. Most of the references are associated to the mechanic engineering, to the aviation, because the works of engineering there must be quite reliable. A plane must always work in the way that we expect this to work. And also, with everything that we can obtain from there regarding the definitions and also regarding the experience that some other fields of the engineering might have. So we can also see how we relate this this engineering and also reliability. This is an introduction to the engineering. And my point here is that, well, when we check the security and when we want to talk about reliability, we need to take into account about our enemy, the attacker. And also regarding the engineering of chaos, we take into account the downfalls in productions or what fail in our application for some things I wouldn't expect, a bad configuration or an incident as a natural disaster. For instance, let's say that we've got a blackout or something like that. And also a service that might have at a level of the GDCP or Azure or whatever it is, or a high period problem. And in terms is that the failures are generated by an enemy that is a human being, and we need to take that into account regarding the other human being that is on the other side, that is the attacker. And that is the difference, and this is very important to be considered, which is the human factor that we need to cover that later on. I really like this sentence from The Art of War of Sun Tzu. If you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. It is important here to see the level of capability of the reliability and also the security that my applications are having, and also to know the attacker. That is very important. It's very complicated because here we have some things that has to do with behavior, with the human factor, things that we cannot model or forecast with any certainty. Well, and then moving that into this, I really like this because something to mitigate these attacks is that it is important to consider not only the other one, but to consider ourselves as the definition that is there. In terms of security, just a little bit of literature, and there are some attacks. We've got the man in the middle, the denial of service, and the phishing. And in the denial of service, the attacker, in this case, tries to send a many requests by making our application unavailable. So it seems that there is not a direct benefit for the attacker, but the idea is to live without a service and application, and something that might happen as what happened with Twitter or with some other events. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, I was taking into account the time. Oh, okay. I'm going to speak slower, not faster. Okay, going back to the definitions here, we've got a denial of the service, and the attacker basically is going to launch lots of requests at the same time over an application, and by trying to leave it without a service. In this case, it seems that there is no benefit to the attacker, but that could ask for some money, as we saw it with the previous cases. In the man in the middle, we've got a attacker that hijacked the session between a connection, a trustworthy connection, and between a server and a customer. So that is basically a way of hijacking the session. Phishing, the attacker sends emails that appear to be trusted sources to gain access to your files or to hijack them. And what we just saw in the previous example that I talked about the other attacks as well. So, and the final injection, the SQL injection is to complete a chain, and eventually that could generate a program in the database by using SQL. So with that, and the boxes that we've got for data reception, what we do basically is to complete or to send an SQL, and when it is processed, then that could generate a damage or provide information to the attacker about what is in the database and what we consider as protected from the whole architecture, because we've got a back end and the front end, and the attacks, the as we use attackers to run the scripts in the browsers or also we've gathered also we attacked some rooms with the malware without the approval of the owner. So that is the objective, and we can damage our files, or number two, to hijack those files and to ask for money in exchange of deciphering those things. So one of the things that I think it is very important or give us a motivation for us to study the reliability and also security in our applications. And the second thing, we have checked some quotes give us inspiration for this. And number three, we are going to check some literacy regarding the attacks for security, and such as the SQL injection and the availability of the service. And this order of idea, and by taking this to the SRE, is that when you deal with operations such as a problem of the software, and then now we're going to see the concepts of SRE, and then we will link it with the security.
Reliability engineering is important because, first of all, it guarantees one thing that has been promoted already in the previous culture, which is to bring together operations and development teams. But in Google, we will see two slides ahead. There is a new theory going on, which is to use the concepts that you have from software engineering to solve the problems of the operation. So it's not about blending and joining cultures, it's about using everything that we already had in our software engineering background in order to solve the problem of operation. And security issues are operational problems, and that's the point here. Engineers or SRE teams that are successful, they are built on trust. They are trust based. There's a picture here with so many of the concepts that we have for site reliability engineering that are the basis of what we will see later on. And basically, it shows how to train people, first of all, for them to become SREs, and also for that training to include security items or issues, which is my point, because applications not only fail because things go wrong, they fail because there are people across the table launch an attack. And the definitions were taken from the Google SRE books. And this is a little bit of history regarding the SRE concept in Google. It was created in 2003 with the promotion of Ben Traynor, who was a leader in engineering, and he basically proposed this. And as you can see, from 2003 to 8, even before we had the DevOps and other issues that we went through, that was what happened throughout the history. And basically, it was created as a need, or it came up to solve the problems from the development and operational teams, and also security teams as well. And basically, what he said was, let's get together all of the concepts that we have and pour them towards solving security problems, solving operational problems, etc. And in 2014, the most important SRE conference took place, and that takes place every year until now. And there are presentations as well related to security. In 2016, 17, and 18, two books were published on the site of Google with the history and the theoretical basis for what SRE is. And starting in 2019, the concepts are more popular throughout the history, throughout the industry. I'm sorry. And this is a picture regarding the SRE expertise. And as you can see, my point is that the expertise is something that I took from the book definitions. And they talk about release engineering, change management, monitoring, observation, learning from failure, automation, performance, availability, even chaos engineering. But the concept of security, it was not there in those references. And we have argued already that reliability is as important as security. Both of them have to go hand in hand There are two important issues. They're not functional to the applications, but without them, the applications will definitely not be successful and exposed to a production environment. An argument to that is that cyber warfare is everywhere. This is something that I read, and cyber war is everywhere. It's in the military, it's among politicians, it's in the academia. And I have here something to say. I do not want us to be in a cyber war, but definitely it is present, and the applications are exposed and they are subject to be attacked at all times. But fortunately, we're not leaving a cyber war, but I do believe that during a potential cyber war, these attacks that I mentioned earlier, the terrible situations that we've seen before, could potentially realize again. What else? We need to build a culture based on security and reliability. And to be able to achieve that, we have to consider that these two concepts have to go hand in hand, as important as the other. It's very important to train our teams within our organizations with a good culture in place, either for that or for an organization that doesn't have the culture in place already. The engineering teams have to be ready. Okay, let's continue on. Presentation of Jennifer, who is a training manager for SRE teams in Google. She basically says the great SREs aren't hired, they're actually trained. And her point is that there are, let's say, within the universities and in the places where people are trained to opt for a position in the security or reliability or develop um, occupation, the concepts in the academia, in the universities, the concept of SRE doesn't exist. They are not shared or disseminated among the students. And the point is that you don't hire an SRE because we go to take a look at the topics related to failure monitoring, management of SLAs that have to do with the service level agreements or indicators, etc., and the objectives of the service level. It's very difficult to find people that are actually um, in possession of that knowledge when they graduate. So it's difficult to hire them. That's why in Google they have a full training program that's based or rather inspired on these three uh, points. First, to avoid a turn or rework. If we go to security, for instance, do the configuration of security by hand. To avoid this is very important. The second concept is, let me see, it's designing systems that are as simple as possible instead of making the solutions complex. And in the third place, curiosity. These are three abilities or skills that are very important for people that want to become SR members, or if they want to apply as regional security members. First of all, we need to have people that doesn't like that don't like to execute the solutions manually. Secondly, they need to keep it simple. Simple solution is easy to understand and also easier to put in place if something happens. And in the third place, people that are curious, who need to understand our attackers and curiosity and the way of thinking under pressure or in different use cases is very important. And this is a picture of the training program that Google offers. First, there is an onboarding process. Secondly, there's a self-study. Thirdly, buddy system, which means that you have someone that works along with you. You go to classes, and there's a full training program. We'll see this at the security level, but this is what a Google has at the SRE level. I still have 5 minutes left, right? Just to confirm, I would like to confirm how much time I have left. Okay. I will continue on, and otherwise you let me know. There are two ways in which Google tackles the training, or rather the recommendations that they offer to any organizations that are engaging in SRE training, right? According to Google, it's important to consider the level of experience of the organization as well as the level of familiarity that the organization has with the concept of SRE in the first place. In a low level, as we see it here, in a low level of experience and also in a low level of familiarity with the concept, the training focus towards receiving the concepts because this is an organization that's just starting to become familiarized with the concept. So we need to figure out how the concepts will be conveyed using the resources that are available, reporting to people using videos, tutorials, laboratories, etc., figuring out the right education strategy. It needs to be very quick. It needs to encourage people, it needs to hook them up so that they join the training program. Now, if the level of familiarity is high in an organization, usually there will be a certain level of resistance. Why? Because the organization already is doing things in a certain manner. Will show reluctance to change if they have little experience on SRE, but they do know the security, operational issues, their infrastructure, etc., these are organizations that have been doing things in a certain way already. So to shift their strategy will be complicated. So the training in this case needs to be focused on managing that resistance. And on the other side, we have something that's called a catalytic type of training. And I'd like to go back to what we hear in chemistry, right? It goes back to a chemical reaction to trigger that reaction so that it gets more powerful, so to say. And in that concept, what needs to be done is to encourage people. If the organization already knows the concept, if they already have a certain level of experience, what has to be done is to strengthen this, to increase the adoption of these concepts and what we know as SRE. And this is something that I wanted to show you in relation to monitoring incident management, for instance, to being on call, to provide the infrastructure, to solve operation problems, all of that needs to go hand in hand with the security. Now, a few concepts that we may go through depending on the level of experience and adoption of SRE within an organization. These are the concepts that I have listed here. On this, I would like to dive into the concept of incident management, like the incidents that I mentioned earlier. Novi, for instance, your security events that become security threats, sorry, that become incidents that may get you up at 3 a.m. Checking what's going on. And when you're a human, you know that there is a human across the screen on the other side, right? But it's still important to consider the incident management or the management incident, right? And there are some rules that are suggested from the chaos engineering to manage an incident. First, a commander, someone that is executing commands. Once the incident happens, it's someone that's trying to solve the problem. There needs to be a facilitator, which is the person that leads this discussion. A scribe, which is the person that takes notes of what's going on. An observer, that basically looks at the different boards and considers the monitoring strategies that are available, and also a correspondent that informs the organization regarding what's going on. So, a suggestion regarding the roles from chaos engineering's perspective to do incident management, for instance, the management that we saw earlier with FedEx and other transport organizations that were involved. Now, regarding cybersecurity and training, the literature offers certain approaches to train our teams. First, teams and also the red and blue team. Basically, there is the team that's attacking, which is a red team, and eventually they launch attacks related to ethical hacking or encryption testing, among others. And there is a blue team that's trying to defend themselves from these are training exercises that we see on the literature. Now, those teams play the different roles that I've mentioned earlier. These exercises evolved to the purple team exercises. These are exercises in which there is an additional objective, which is not only about attacking and defending oneself, it's about generating a solution or a strategy, right? A strategy to mitigate that threat. So they would improve the effectiveness of both the teams in providing additional information once the exercise was over, right? There were takeaway sessions once the exercise was done, right? One team would attack, one team would defend, and then later on, with documentation, we would try to bring this exercise towards efficiency and resilience, and that encourages us. So, what I will tell you about now, one difference between the penetration testing and the red teaming or blue or purple teaming exercises is that basically we have the possibility to expand the exercise to include the creation of a solution to increase resilience once the attack is over. So the penetration test is basically a binary exercise. You launch the test, you see whether you were able to attack the application or not, and that's it. But in the other type of exercise, the entire process. You have a certain number of people involved in the training. And also, it gives you the possibility to expand those exercises to continue on with further sessions to understand what's going on, what happened, and what will allow you to avoid making mistakes again. Okay, so that is a very good approach. Now, what is this engineering after all this context that I have given you? Because the discipline of experimenting with failures in production in order to reveal their weaknesses and to build confidence in their resilient capability. So, what led me here to link all of these points, because there are so many points to join. I am an SRE engineer. I work within a team where I have a number of partners that are security engineers, and we have conducted certain practices that we have put in place from the framework that was inherited or passed on from us for us from Google. And in time, it includes site reliability, and it increases the importance of reliability. And I keep saying this, an application that doesn't work for one day loses a number of users, and to recover them is highly costly. If you go to an application and it doesn't change, it doesn't work, that's a user that you lose, and to recover that will be very expensive because that person is already trying a different application. And let's bring this to security. That person enters the application, it is down due to security. It's the same story, the user will leave.
And the second one, the incidents that I found in the literacy and how my team is confirmed. And the next thing is what I've been studying, the engineering of the cows. And that has to do with this. But since it has been covered in the literacy, those are failures with a cluster, with a node. What happens if I turn off the node? And once it is off, then how do I apply the resilient science? So it means that this is going to be recovered from the failure. So that's why I have highlighted this word here, to reveal, to identify, to build a confidence. And that is the thing, that is the added value of the chaos engineering, to build the trust. And number two, once first I generate the failure, then I structure the resilience strategy, that is the chaos engineering. Two concepts that goes with this is that has to do with the experiment and production, and that is an exercise of experimenting based on the scientific method. I just sit down and to design an experiment with my applications and then see what's happening. And then I started generating this strategy of resilience, and also that has to do with the scenario of failure. And also, not Chris Curry, that is a part of the creator of this. This must be done in production because in no other environment is going to work as production. You can send all the attacks, the pen test, and so on and so forth. Everything that we bring from the literature regarding the failures and also the learning, the management of the incident is not going to be the same as the production. So Netflix is doing this every Friday. They isolate an area or a region and they launch an attack, and then they study the behavior of their application regarding the attacks and the point things. And what I'm talking about with chaos engineering is regarding security. This is given by Adon, and this is taken from this book of chaos engineering book that has to do with the failures in the security control in order to build a reliability and in a system in order for them to be defended from malicious conditions. So I don't know if you find, because everything comes together in the end, because we've got a learning experience for the management of the incident, and we've got a novelty which is the chaos engineering with some practical things that are defined, but at the level of the failures, that is part of the application. And now in this presentation, and we're moving now in terms of the security failures. So just a little bit of history about the security case engineering, and that I'm going to use this acronym. And back in 1986, we've got artificial immune systems by trying to find it in the applications and to apply the concepts of the technology or applications and security. So that is why this is the timeline that we built in the study group that I told you with the chaos engineering in the company where I work. So this is a view of what we have found in the literature and also quite personal. This is the source. So back in 1986, we've got this artificial immune system. In 2008, we started with the chaos engineering in Netflix to identify what happened with the application in case of a failure. So got it to go from a premise to a cloud, and then what will happen when we've got a failure? If something fails here, and how it is that is going to affect my service and my operation. In 2018, the engineering team from Aaron Reinhardt was part. He published the book. In 2019, we've got three companies that were specialized. One done in the chaos engineering and also in security, but also in that had to do with the resilience generation and also in consultancy for that. So that was co-founded by Aaron, and that's why we've got the first conference about artificial engineering for data security. And then into 2020, in the second book that was published regarding the chaos engineering, there was a complete chapter regarding the chaos engineering associated to security. And how do we train people to launch an attack over their applications? Those are the game days. Those came from some exercises powered by AWS in the chaos engineering. We are inspired in those things. So that came towards AWS, presenting those exercises where people and the game methodology they learn about the failures in the applications. So we've got an engineering team that will interact with the component of AWS. And regarding those components, we've got the failures, and then they need to solve them in the time that we call a game date. In chaos engineering, we try to bring them, but not to the components of AWS, but towards our own application. So what if just sit together and we've got an exercise of gameplay. When someone launches an attack and the engineering team is trying to, one, solve the problem and then to provide a strategy of resilience so that attack will not damage your application once again, and our application will be able to recover on its own towards that incident. And I'm not going to be extended because there are more concepts, but we will talk about all the patterns, a circuit breaker, monitoring of the health of the application, and so on. So we brought it here as a chaos in the way that we use the same methodology, but in that in AWS, it is in the as application. And now, what if those attacks are not a failure in the infrastructure? It's not a failure in the application, but those are attacks in security. What if we study the other, the human being that is trying to make our application vulnerable? What happens if the attack happens in the component of authentication of our application, and that is the proposal, that is the design. Let's do some game days to train or engineers in the chaos engineering, is in reliability, and the bugs. There's a couple. Let's train them based on security, and let's train them so they will pay attention if there is an incident, so that wouldn't happen to what happened to the next line. And because for hours the people were secluded in their own offices, or happened to cut were network that for 6 days they had to they have to put down their services because they exposed the redirectioning. So when kids they entered this website of Cartoon Network, the children were redirected to sites with pornography or with the violent videos. So with that, we can make our applications to be resilient. There is a lot to investigate, but this is a framework for this is saying the game days can be seen in 3 steps: uh, before, during, and after. It is important here to take into account the human factors, and that is a difference of what we've got in terms of the chaos engineering, which is very important to take into account the attacker. And the cybersecurity probably is the most important challenge when we set a strategy of prevention, to experiment, to introduce latency. Here are some exercises. I'm going to go back. I think I had another slide, but no. Okay, let's go back. The before of a game date, we need to pick the hypothesis, the style, decide who is going to participate, where they're going to participate, when, prepare a document to include the engineering team. So this has to do with planning, to choose the tool, the Slack, a communication channel during the exercise that we're going to do with the game day, to define a hypothesis. We're going to attack the authentication component, and we're going to study what is going to happen with the infrastructure or with the system as a whole. The during in the during we just detect the situation, launch the attack, and we carry it out. And we also have a methodology for that, which is that we detect the situation, we study this. Remember that we saw that, and we have all these roles that were defined in the chaos engineering, and then we can take it into a situation of a security attack and a post-mortem as well. You will know that because once we've got an incident, what we need to do is that we need to write a postmortem. And here, what would be an experiment? By involving the security attacks to introduce a latency on security controls. What would happen if we've got a component to authenticate or to authorize an access? So what will happen if the customer is going to take a while, delete their folder in a productive environment to leave a text exposed as secrecy or a key or a password in one of these exercises? An engineer will go very quickly during the game time and to generate a conflict or a collision in terms of the the permits or the I am a role policy, and to disable a login. It is very important in terms of the auditing and security to shut down an API gateway, unencrypt S3 bucket, and also to disable the multiple authentication in configuration. So here is an experiment. What would happen if the owner of the account will leave the password? Do you think we can use our cloud in a normal way? That will generate a problem. If it is a game day, we will see that we've got a failure scenario, and what happened with the owner of the account is not there. So the user was connected to the Active Directory and had the record of access. And when they left, then the account was lost. We lost the access, and we don't have the access to the account in AWS. So that allow us to detect a vulnerability that we've got. To think about this scenario will allow us to see some things that are connected to the Active Directory. And what would happen if at a certain point we asked yourself, what would happen if we've got access to this password that we've got here? Or if I look for the word password, probably in a channel, there is a password that is exposed. Probably we have think about that beforehand, and in an early stage we can identify this attack. This is an exercise when we think about the failure without thinking about a game day, and that can be just an example for experimenting. And just to finish, I would like to give you a presentation. We've got a framework, and I presented many concepts of what is the game day, and also that is to train the developers. And the books that we recommend from our study groups is that with this we can extend this concept that we present here. And once again, thank you very much for the opportunity and to share the concepts and the references regarding the chaos engineering. There are three there is one that is missing, the one with the Netflix. There is the one that was published this year by Mr. regarding experimentation, and the book gathers together the reliability and security, and the two blue books of Google regarding the site reliability. And of course, many of these concepts can be completed with what we already know from the side of security. And in this book, especially this one, it's a very good. This is the most important recommendation of for this session. And the last invitation, the human operate differently when they expect things to fail. And this is to think about the failure beforehand. So now I'm going to, I just want to ask you, this is a survey, and I'm going to share this link with you. So the idea is that you can support us with an answer to that survey. So that would be fantastic. So thank you very much for coming. And here is my contact information. So thank you very much. And now we have time for a Q&A. It was amazing. It was very interesting. And I didn't hear about this theory, this chaos theory, and I think it is very interesting and very useful as well. I'm going to check if there are any questions in the chat. There was a question that someone sent me through WhatsApp, but I think you answered which books do you recommend? And you were talking about clean architecture and clean code. I don't know if you know them. Yes, I do. They talk about best practices at the level of architecture and how to align that and the guide a security attack. Yes, I know them about the clean code and to avoid bad practices regarding the source code, or to have a unit test to be as complete as possible and to prepare our applications with this kind of presentation, and for ethical hacking as well. Those are the concepts that are there. And of course, this is very important for what we are taking here. Okay, thank you very much. And everybody that said that this presentation was great. So everybody is very happy. So thank you very much. And I think I took another 10 minutes, extra 10 minutes. I took it longer, but thank you very much for listening. And if you want to go deeper into any topic, I can answer to your question, or if there is a question later on. Thank you very much, very, very much. And now we're going to go to the waiting room, and then we will come back with a motivational lecture. So don't go. Thank you, Yury.
Okay, welcome. We're back with this morning's last presentation. It's been an amazing morning, and this will be a very special talk because he is an alpinist with over 15 expeditions all over the world in the short time window of 8 years. Actually, in 2013, he went to the highest peaks of the four of all over the world, including the Aconcagua, Everest, Puncak, higher in different continents in Oceania. So this will be a very encouraging talk, and he will tell us how the challenges of climbing the highest mountains in the world can also be transferred to the most important challenges of our lives. It's an honor to have you with us today in 8.8 Sur, and we want to hear about your amazing experience of climbing the Everest and other mountains. And we'll see how this applies to personal and professional situations. Welcome to 8.8. Muchas gracias por esa encantadora presentación. Realmente es un honor estar hablando con ustedes el día de hoy. Desafortunadamente, yo no podré hablar acerca de tecnología ni nada de esto, sino que hablaré acerca de mi experiencia en el montañismo y espero que los aprendizajes puedan ser aplicados. Así que buenas tardes, señores y señores. Espero que se encuentren con buena salud en este tiempo tan extraordinario. Les doy la bienvenida a esta sesión que se llama Lidiando con la adversidad y aprendiendo de nuestros errores. Yo soy Prem Singh, yo escalo montañas, he ido a diferentes montañas desde el 2012 y desde entonces he ido a 15 expediciones en todo el mundo. He escalado las montañas más altas de América Latina. La más alta, como usted lo dijo, fue el Monte Everest con más de 8.000 metros de altura. Esto fue, bueno, es uno de los puntos más altos de la Tierra y he estado haciendo charlas acerca del beneficio del montañismo y el aprendizaje de esto en diferentes lugares, incluyendo India, incluyendo diferentes universidades, diferentes clubes, diferentes charlas TED. Y bueno, hay un video al respecto acerca del por qué escalamos montañas y es muy interesante. Y en esta sesión lo que quiero hacer es hablarles acerca de las dificultades y las adversidades que enfrentamos cuando escalamos una montaña como el Monte Everest y cómo lidiar con esto. Y bueno, ¿qué nos puede traer este aprendizaje y cómo podemos utilizar este aprendizaje en otros ámbitos de nuestra vida también? Mientras tanto, sería bueno si pudieran comentar qué piensan acerca del montañismo, sus filosofías, sus preguntas acerca del montañismo. Con certeza, en el chat, si es que el tiempo lo permite, voy a responder todas sus preguntas y cada vez vamos a escalar una montaña como el Monte Everest, trabajamos con dos planes diferentes. Primero, el plan que nosotros hemos creado para nosotros mismos y en segundo lugar hay un plan que la montaña o que la vida tiene para nosotros. Y a menudo en el montañismo hay una brecha entre estos dos planes. Mientras más grande sea esa brecha, va a ser más difícil o vamos a tener mayores adversidades en nuestra tarea. Creo que esto aplica para todos los ámbitos de nuestra vida también. Siempre hay una brecha entre los planes que nosotros hacemos y los planes que la vida tiene para nosotros. Y la falta de sincronía entre ambos planes nos trae muchas adversidades. Y esta es una cosa que le gusta hacer a la vida, ¿cierto? Les encanta, a la vida le encanta presentarnos desafíos y adversidades. Y solo cuando estamos en una situación como esa, es que nuestra naturaleza verdadera se pone a prueba. ¿Cómo reacciona una persona? ¿Cómo se comporta una persona cuando enfrenta estas circunstancias? ¿Qué hace? ¿Lo niega? ¿Lo acepta? ¿Le reza a Dios pidiendo ayuda? ¿O enfrenta las adversidades con su mejor intención e intenta florecer y prosperar en una situación así también? En esta sesión quisiera hablar con ustedes acerca de ciertas adversidades que por ser un escalador yo he enfrentado y de una forma u otra yo me he tenido con vida para contar la historia. Y hablaré acerca de las lecciones que he aprendido. Y bueno, vamos a retroceder un poco en el tiempo. Sí, me encantaría estar con ustedes para ver sus reacciones, verles. Ah, no puedo verles directamente en persona, pero bueno, continuamos. Cuando una persona comienza con un proyecto como escalar el monte Everest, esta persona va a un ambiente en el cual todo está en contra tuya, ¿cierto? La mayoría de las personas, esto es muy difícil. Voy a hablarles acerca de todas las cosas hostiles que se presentan, todas las adversidades, la altitud, la densidad, el oxígeno, la atmósfera, etcétera, etcétera. Pero antes, una pregunta. Ustedes saben que a veces se han fijado que a veces nosotros, bueno, a veces su pareja, por ejemplo, o la persona que está con ustedes, pone el aire acondicionado a la temperatura más baja posible y ustedes se sienten cómodo, incómoda en la noche y cuando despierta, de verdad se siente mal, de mal humor, no descansó, no durmió bien. Y como que el día se arruina. Todo el mundo ha tenido un día así, estoy seguro. Ahora, imagínense tener que dormir, trabajar, comer y hacer toda su vida en la temperatura de un freezer, donde no hay un muro de concreto, simplemente hay una carpa así delgada en medio del monte Everest. Las temperaturas llegan a extremos. Estamos hablando de muchos grados bajo cero y esta temperatura es suficiente como para congelar en solo unos minutos una botella con agua. Y esta temperatura es suficiente como para congelar todo el calor que sale de sus cuerpos y que hecho hielo en su cuerpo. Se pueden congelar los dedos de sus manos y pies hasta el punto en el cual ya no se siente y el cuerpo decide que ya no les necesita, deja de enviar calor, deja de enviar sangre, se congelan. Primero, esta es una adversidad número uno y es el frío extremo. La segunda adversidad terrible es el efecto de la altitud. El cuerpo humano está hecho para vivir y para sobrevivir y para prosperar a nivel del mar y no en una altitud mayor a esa. Y a medida que escalamos, disminuye la presión atmosférica y la densidad del oxígeno, lo cual hace que sea casi imposible sobrevivir. Solo para darles una idea, ¿ven entonces el monte Everest ahí en el pico más alto? Si yo ahora mismo fuera y los tomara ustedes del nivel del mar y los pusiera ahí arriba, ustedes se desmayarían en minutos y probablemente morirían. Es así de extremo el efecto de esta altitud tan extrema. Y bueno, esta es la segunda gran adversidad con la cual tenemos que lidiar y por supuesto hay riesgos también objetivos y subjetivos, como las avalanchas, por ejemplo, enormes cantidades de rocas, de hielo que bajan por la montaña y vienen con una fuerza tan enorme que pueden simplemente borrarnos de la superficie de la montaña y enterrarnos en una tumba de hielo donde nunca seremos encontrados. A veces es tan rápido que tenemos que anclarnos a una roca para que el viento no nos vuele. Imagínense, las velocidades son de hasta 170 kilómetros por hora. Y por supuesto, hay estas grietas invisibles que se pueden abrir en el momento en que usted está y prácticamente te pueden tragar. A veces lo que sucede con los glaciares es que, por ejemplo, hay una capa muy delgada de nieve y no logras ver dónde estás pisando. Puedes pisar y puedes caer 20, 30 metros de profundidad. Y por supuesto, tenemos el problema de nuestra mente. Pero antes de eso, tenemos este problema pulmonar donde el agua se acumula. También podemos tener problemas a nivel cerebral y estos problemas físicos, si no se solucionan, pueden matar a una persona en solo algunas horas. Piénsenlo, ustedes deben lidiar con todos estos problemas cuando están ya a 60, 70 mil metros de altura, donde estamos a 3 días de obtener ayuda. Pueden enfermarse, pueden congelarse, pueden sufrir hipotermia, perder sus dedos, etcétera. Y después tenemos los peligros subjetivos y objetivos. Esto es básicamente un campo minado para una persona que no sabe cómo llevarlo, y perder la vida es algo bastante fácil. Y por supuesto tenemos el problema de nuestra disposición mental. Nosotros vamos a convencer a nuestra mente de enfrentar estas dificultades lejos de la comodidad, lejos de nuestros seres amados. ¿Cómo participamos en una expedición en la cual el riesgo de la vida es mejor que la comodidad de nuestros hogares? ¿Cómo nos podemos convencer de pasar un tiempo de soledad con muchísima disciplina, donde cualquier error va a tener una enorme consecuencia y no habrá segundas oportunidades? Por lo tanto, el punto que yo quiero transmitir es que hay adversidades tangibles e intangibles y debemos lidiar con ambas cuando decidimos escalar una montaña como el Monte Everest. ¿Y cómo lo hacemos? ¿Cómo lidiamos con estas adversidades tan severas y las transformamos en algo de beneficio para nosotros? Para ser honesto, es algo bastante simple, bien simple, y puede aplicarse a casi los problemas o a casi todas las situaciones que enfrentamos, y yo lo llamo mi regla de los 5 pasos. En primer lugar, aprender, prepararse, adaptarse, improvisar y creer. Lo voy a repetir. Aprender, prepararse, adaptarse, improvisar y creer. Y yo creo que puedo hacerlo. Ahora, ¿a qué me refiero? Los explicaré uno a uno. Cuando digo aprender acerca de las adversidades nos ayuda a analizar y entender de mejor manera lo que vamos a hacer. Eso nos ayuda a prepararnos mejor. Lo que vemos ahora en pantalla es un vuelo en 3 dimensiones acerca de la ruta al Monte Everest, y es una de muchas fuentes de datos y recursos que utilizamos antes de escalar, antes siquiera de dar un paso en la montaña. Probablemente yo investigué cada pendiente, cada roca, cada punto con hielo, cada inclinación, todos los lados de la montaña. Yo creo que debemos aprender acerca de los problemas, no solo para prepararnos de mejor manera, sino también para disminuir nuestra exposición al riesgo que podríamos tener. Y de hecho, parece un acto de alto riesgo, y es algo que ha sido muy investigado, muy ensayado y muy bien preparado. Y si ustedes piensan bien, en estos momentos, cuando todo el mundo está lidiando con la pandemia del COVID-19, entender la gravedad del problema y analizar sus efectos en nuestras vidas, trabajos, negocios, es algo que nos ayuda a prepararnos mejor. Y si mejor lo entendemos y más preparados estamos, tenemos menores probabilidades de ser impactados de manera negativa. El segundo punto, una vez que hemos aprendido, debemos prepararnos. Cuando ya conocemos los problemas y adversidades que podrían surgir, nos preparamos, ¿cierto? Por ejemplo, si nuestra investigación nos indica que habrá menos 20 grados Celsius y tendremos que caminar sobre nieve blanda por 15 días, ¿qué hacemos? Comenzamos a prepararnos y reunimos nuestro equipo. En primer lugar, debemos asegurarnos de tener chaquetas, carpas, sacos de dormir, arneses, crampones, etcétera, etcétera, que deben estar customizados para lidiar con esta condición en particular. También comenzamos con nuestra preparación física, porque si vamos a salir por tantos días haciendo tanto esfuerzo físico, debemos estar preparándonos físicamente para esto, así que comenzamos a preparar ciertas habilidades también que podemos necesitar. Por ejemplo, si vamos a ver una pendiente de 2000 metros que debemos escalar anclados por seguridad, debemos tener nuestros elementos y hacer ejercicio que nos preparen para esto. Básicamente el punto es que es muy importante aprender, analizar, entender la situación y posteriormente prepararnos de la mejor manera que podamos. Siempre en este mundo, siempre es bueno estar más preparado y nunca es bueno estar menos preparado. No sé quién lo dijo, probablemente algún soldado que básicamente se prepara, no se desangra en la batalla. O sea, debemos preparar, pasar mucho tiempo, la mayor parte del tiempo preparándonos. Y esta preparación que sucede tras bambalinas, esta visualización, este entrenamiento, es lo que hace que los lugares más extremos de la Tierra no sean tan malos y sean de hecho explorables. Y pienso que esto aplica para todos nosotros, todas nosotras, en todas las diferentes situaciones de nuestra vida. Mientras mejor preparados estemos para una situación, es mejor. Lo tercero que debemos hacer es adaptarnos. ¿Recuerdan que les dije acerca de la altitud y acerca de cómo si yo los moviera del nivel del mar a la montaña probablemente morirían? ¿Cómo diríamos con esto? Nosotros utilizamos el proceso de aclimatación, que tiene que ver con hacer un shock al cuerpo y adaptarse lentamente. Nuestros cuerpos están hechos para estar cerca del nivel del mar. A medida que subimos, no se desempeña muy bien. Así que nuestro corazón comienza a funcionar mal. Y es aquí donde estos edemas pulmonares y lo que mencioné anteriormente puede suceder.
Lo que nosotros hacemos para poder aclimatarnos es cuando comienza la expedición, nosotros empezamos a ver la altitud, empezamos a 300 metros, por ejemplo, y luego si tenemos que ir a 4000, lo que hacemos es que primero vamos a 4000, entonces subimos y luego bajamos a los 2000. Entonces eso permite que el cuerpo que ahora ya ha experimentado estos 4000 metros, se adapte. Y luego nos damos un día o dos para estar en 2000. Entonces podemos ocupar el campamento para esos 2000 metros. Entonces a los 4000 subimos a 5000, estamos medios días, entonces lo que hacemos nuevamente es que estamos a los 5000 metros, experimentamos, nos preparamos. Entonces, el cuerpo es una máquina de adaptación fantástica. Entonces, uno se adapta casi a todo. Entonces, una vez que uno se adapta a los 5000, entonces vamos y seguimos utilizando esta metodología una y otra vez. Con este método empezamos a adaptarnos a nuestro ambiente hasta que nosotros llegamos a la cima. Y lo mismo para todas las otras cosas, porque también si es que hay un gran cambio en la vida, siempre es mejor adaptarse de manera lenta y gradual. Si es que tenemos distintas tecnologías o estilos de trabajo o distintos niveles socioeconómicos, también hay que adaptarse, aclimatarse. Entonces, ver lo que es bueno para nuestra vida y para nuestros signos, nuestros cuerpos. Y también hay que aclimatarse. Las posibilidades es que si no lo hace, uno puede tener problemas. Si es que hace rápidos cambios en términos de la actitud, también hay muchas posibilidades de que esto pueda resultar en un problema en nuestros cuerpos. Así es que lentamente tenemos que aclimatarnos y adaptarnos. Y también, ¿por qué creen que una montaña como el Monte Everest, que se puede subir en unos 8 o 10 días, necesita una expedición de 60 días? Porque solamente la subir, solamente toma 10 días y los otros 50 días es para aclimatarse y acostumbrarse a ese ambiente. Entonces, el cuarto paso es improvisar lo que hacemos para poder lidiar con nuestras adversidades. Ponemos mucho trabajo en la preparación, pero no tenemos que ser rígidos acerca de esto. Siempre estamos listos para poder hacer cambios y normalmente encontramos estas sinergias. Seguimos improvisando cuando es necesario para mantenernos en el camino correcto. Y eso también puede involucrar cosas muy sencillas, como por ejemplo atar nuestros cordones en una roca y hacer cosas más complejas, por ejemplo, hacer cambios en la planificación debido al mal clima. En una expedición específica, me parece que fue la noche cuando la temperatura baja, entonces ellos seguían diciendo que lo primero que decían era, ¿por qué hacemos los movimientos durante la noche cuando hace mucho frío y no hay sol? Entonces no tenemos ese calor que nos entrega el sol. Es tonto salir de noche y tenía razón, porque hace mucho frío salir por la noche. Pero ¿por qué hacemos eso? Y que era una historia muy interesante esto. La investigación dice que en esta fase de la montaña Es bastante plano, pero la verdad es que cuando fuimos ahí y lo que había ocurrido es que había una área que tenía mucha probabilidad de tener una avalancha, habían rocas que habían caído, entonces no pudimos tener esta ventana de 1 hora o algo así para poder cruzar. Entonces lo que hicimos es que íbamos a hacer nuestros movimientos por la noche, porque al bajar la temperatura, era una temperatura mucho más baja, entonces el hielo que había debajo, entonces las probabilidades de que nos cayeran roca eran mucho menos, porque se compactaba más la nieve con la temperatura baja. Entonces, encontrar esta sinergia también con el ambiente, con el medio ambiente, también nos permite trabajar esta fase. Tuvimos que improvisar en nuestro plan levemente y también minimizar los riesgos de avalancha. Esto es muy sencillo. Muy sencillo. Entonces, una vez que uno está de acuerdo con eso, es lo mismo en la vida. Muchas veces tenemos nuestras planificaciones y tenemos nuestros objetivos y más allá de esto, entonces tenemos que seguir y tenemos que seguir haciendo unas pequeñas improvisaciones. Y por último, pero no menos importante, tenemos que creer que nuestra determinación es más grande que la montaña, no importa o cuánto, qué tan alto sea el monte Everest, podemos llegar a la cima, podemos subirlo. Ningún monte ha sido descubierto simplemente para quedarse abajo y mirar la cima. Hay que confiar en la preparación y también para poder ver todas las cosas. Entonces, estar listos para poder tomar decisiones y poner un pie frente al otro. No hay ningún monte que sea tan alto como para no poder escalarlo, como para no poder llegarlo. Y por supuesto, muchas veces uno se asusta y muchas veces uno se acobarda, pero eso le pasa a todo el mundo. Y hay un par de personas que siguen creciendo y les sigue gustando y siguen subiendo. Entonces, estas son mis reglas de 5 pases. Y lo más importante con todo esto es volver a casa de manera segura. Quiero darles algunos ejemplos. Me acuerdo que estábamos en una expedición y que este es un monte de Cachemira de 7.000 metros. También teníamos un equipo muy bien preparado y todo iba según el plan. Y llegamos al campamento de la cima, el campamento que está justo antes de llegar a la cima del monte. Este campamento estaba a 6.500 metros, estábamos a 6.300, que es una zona de altitud extrema, y estábamos a punto de llegar cuando de repente apareció una tormenta, de la nada. La visibilidad bajó tanto en un par de minutos que apenas podíamos ver a unos centímetros de distancia. Entonces, con perspectiva, uno puede decir que yo también tuvimos que hacer algo, escribir algo en la palma de mi mano y sacar la mano completamente. ¿Cuáles eran las posibilidades de que no iban a poder? A ver, era tan densa la niebla y todo que si yo hubiese sacado mi mano y hubiese escrito algo, mi mano no hubiese podido leer lo que escribí. Entonces, para ser muy sincero, no teníamos tanto tiempo para poder hacer un campamento. Entonces, esa es una situación muy compleja. Entonces, lo que hicimos es que los 8 que estábamos ahí, fuimos a 2 carpas, generalmente tenemos 1 o 2 personas, pero nos metimos estos 8 aquí. Estas fotos las sacamos unos días después. Y esa noche, con cada ventolera que pasaba, mi miedo acrecentaba porque esto pues, se podía deslizar. Yo tenía mucho miedo y la situación duró como unos 4 días. Como les dije, esta es una fotografía que tomamos el cuarto día cuando ya se podía ver un poquito más, pero todo era un desafío. Cosas tan sencillas como, por ejemplo, hacer pipí o el volumen de agua. Imaginen poder dormir en un lugar como ese. Nunca me he sentido con tanto miedo en mi vida. Y probablemente también en estas nubes, donde también esto estuvo afectando a toda la región de Cachemira. Y esta tormenta, estábamos en el medio de esa tormenta y esto causó grandes inundaciones en Pakistán. Entonces, esto creo que fue una de las más grandes lecciones. Nosotros sobrevivimos debido a esto, porque habíamos aprendido acerca de la montaña, entonces sabíamos exactamente dónde estábamos y qué podíamos hacer a partir de este punto. Sobrevivimos porque estábamos tanto física como mentalmente preparados para una situación como esta. Estábamos preparados con nuestras habilidades, con nuestro pensamiento, con nuestros equipos. También nos pudimos adaptar a estas condiciones al tener ahí 4 personas en una sola carpa para tener una mejor aislación, y también nuestros cuerpos también tuvieron suficiente descanso. Sobrevivimos porque pudimos improvisar en nuestros planes al usar nuestras mochilas para poder anclar nuestras carpas al viento. También sobrevivimos porque creímos en nosotros, en nuestros equipos, que si manteníamos la fe, esta tormenta tarde o temprano iba a pasar y íbamos a poder salir de ese lugar. Y al seguir estas reglas de 5 pasos, creo que esta ha sido una de las grandes victorias de mi vida y pude traer de vuelta a todo mi equipo. No perdí ni una vida ni ninguna extremidad tampoco. Entonces, estas reglas me han ayudado a sobrevivir y a subir los montes más altos de este mundo. Y algunos de ustedes han tenido que pasar por algunas adversidades. Y recuerden que ninguna montaña es demasiado alta como para no subirlas, incluido el Everest. Muchas gracias por su tiempo, muchas gracias por seguirme. Aquí pueden ver mis historias en las redes sociales. Si hay alguna pregunta o comentario, me encantaría poder tomarlos ahora. Eso fue increíble, Prem. Muchas gracias. ¿Te gustó? Ha sido fantástica tu experiencia. Creo que también es muy peligroso, pero también una gran motivación. Bueno, eso también es un bonito espacio de oficina que tenemos allá, así que también podríamos usarlo como un home office. Voy a ver si es que hay alguna pregunta acerca de tu tema. No, por ahora no. Ha sido muy claro, ha sido una muy buena charla. Es fantástica como experiencia, definitivamente. Muchísimas gracias por tu apoyo. Tu historia ha sido fantástica y en el chat solamente puedo ver que hay saludos. Tu historia ha sido fantástica. Muy buenos comentarios para ti, nada más que eso. Y también hay bonitas montañas en Chile, así que me encantaría poder ir. Así que Ojos del Salado, creo que es una fantástica vista también. Así que te esperamos. Muchísimas gracias. Y probablemente en el futuro también podrías venir a 8.8 de manera presencial. Y también quiero pasarla bien con usted en el bar que está ahí atrás y tomar un poco de cerveza chilena también. Así que, Prem, muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias y cuídate mucho. Buenas noches. Well, thank you very much, everybody. We will finish with this, the morning session, and now we're going to start at 3 p.m. And as I said, we're going to do a raffle, and that is for 8.8 and some other surprises. So please don't get disconnected, and we can start from 3 p.m. onwards. See you later.
Hello, everyone. I hope you were able to have lunch, that you have recharged your batteries, because we will have a great afternoon session. We will end with a closing keynote from a former agent of the FBI. So be sure to stay tuned for that. So we will begin our afternoon with a very special guest as well. Like I said it earlier, we are making some raffles the chat. We are raffling t-shirts and also tickets for 8.8. There will be some raffles during the break, and after Ramon's talk there will be a surprise, and we will have a special surprise, so stay tuned. Do not change the channel. Nowadays there are so many online conferences going on, but we do know that we have a very faithful and loyal group of followers, and for us this is very special because these conferences, this conference itself has the purpose of moving all these topics from Santiago, and that's why we started last year going to the south of Chile, where we had a very good experience because we were able to reach out to more people because we had middle school students, senior citizens. We did it in the INACAP venue in Talcahuano, and then we went to the north of Chile, and it was a great experience. And finally, we ended up in the center of Chile in Valparaiso, always with very good attendance, 150 people with very good feedback. That's why we wanted to do this again. And actually, the objective to be in person, this is something that we love to do, and it's something we're sure that we will do again. The purpose is to travel around 1 year in Concepcion, 1 year in Puerto Montt, 1 year in Punta Arenas, all over different cities of Chile. So next year we will pick that up definitely. And that's all I'm going to say because the next session will be very good. Adastra. Daniel Echeverri Montoya, known as Adastra. I will start asking him, please do tell us where is that nickname coming from? And he's a trainer and researcher of IT security. He is a writer in the blog hackerate.com. He has written 3 books already: Python for uh, Hacking with Python and Deep Web, The City and Anonymous, and all of them have been published by a publishing house. And actually the topic that he will address with us is something that keeps coming up because on a daily basis this happens. And actually not so long ago I had an interview with him in 8.8, and he said that probably there was going to be training and probably he was going to be writing a book. So without further ado, Adastra, the floor is yours, and let's listen to his presentation. Daniel, welcome once again to 8.8. In this case, 8.8 Sur 2020. Thank you so much for your time, for your support. You are already a part of the family, so the audience and the floor is yours. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here once again. Thank you so much, Gabriel, and thank you to the entire organization for having me once again in this event. Right now we are doing it online because of the entire situation that the world is going through, and like I said it before, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to be a contribution to the community in general with the learnings that I have acquired throughout the years doing research, learning and working. As I said it, or as you said it yourself, I've been on this for some time now. I've been working on cybersecurity for several years, and this is something that I do. This isn't something that I just do because I make a living out of this. This is something that I do because it is also my passion. This is something that I do from a philosophical standpoint. I have a very different point of view than the traditional idea of a work. That's something that you make a living of, and that's it. No, I do this because I like it, because it's a way of living for me. And since you asked, this is something that you've asked before during the radio interview. Where is this nickname coming from? This is a Latin a word that comes from a sentence that has several, I would say, several different interpretation. The first one is Perastera Adastra, as well as others, which means that if you follow the difficult pathway, You will reach the stars. It means being successful through difficult times. It talks about what it takes, talks about the effort that it takes in any activity to be able to reach a certain result or to reach success. And I felt at some point that it was a very beautiful sentence. And if you apply it to hacking, I think it makes all the sense in the world. And I took over part of that sentence and I kept it as part of my nickname. And that's all I have to say about that. Like Gabriel said, I'm a person that's been doing this for a long time now. I do research in cybersecurity and I try to share when my time allows for that, of course. In my blog, hackerweb.com, I go to different instances or cybersecurity events like this one online or in person to person activities. I usually provide training as well. And that is what I've been doing so far. And well, in this talk, in order not to bore you going on and on about myself, in this talk, I will talk about Green Team. And now I will be sharing my screen so that you are able to see the slides. Just a second. Wow. I understand that now you're able to see my screen. Okay, Red Team in the real world. The first thing that you have to understand is that the Red Team is something very different than what we've heard about when we have talked about testing, right? That's the first thing that I'd like to clarify. Red teaming and testing are not the same. Okay, when we talk about this, we usually get confused. We usually say that red teaming is the same as testing, but there are differences. There are major differences that we have to take into account. First of all, we need to understand that there's a difference in the methodology. What happens when you need to set up an environment? How do you set it up? How do you prepare yourself for a red team is different than a test. So in the stage of the environment preparation, there are different good practices in place. This is the methodology, right? Same for the test. There is a methodology for that. So usually we prepare the environment for a red teaming similarly to a security audit with an offensive approach or pen test. So we prepare our environment running utility or applications, and we use different tools that we set up and configure. We use different tools that we have in place, and typically we do this, and there are many different sources of data. Typically, we use OSINT, but there are different data sources, and that depends on the campaign. Usually, when we talk about a pen test, we use OSINT techniques or techniques that are fairly similar to that. When we do a red team campaign, we are talking about a broader scope. We use any type of source of information, including, for instance, radio frequency signals that may also be used using special devices to capture that type of information. Sometimes that can be useful to obtain very interesting data. In the case of a red teaming, within the methodology, there's a stage which is the arming. In this specific case, unlike the pen test, we need to prepare our environment very specifically to the objective of the campaign. The first thing we have to do is, of course, to define the objective. What is it that will be under attack? And later on within the methodology, we figure out when we are arming ourselves, so to say, we need to figure out what are the tools what are the tools that we are going to prepare as red teamers in order to develop an attack, to put in place an attack, which is a fairly common or direct attacks or phishing. It can be something like that. And we also use tools for the delivery. During the delivery, we are distributing for instance, a malware sample or something that will gain us access to the objective. For instance, let's imagine that the objective of the campaign is a company, right? Red teaming campaign against a specific organization. Of course, it's possible that the traditional approach of pen test is not as successful, right? That we actually do not achieve to break through their security because most likely they will have security in place and those will prevent us from entering from the outside. So we need to have the intel phase, and then we have the arming phase, and during the delivery, we are able to deliver our malware. For instance, we can use phishing campaigns. We can apply a more straightforward approach, starting from social engineering. All those things are part of a red team campaign. So it's a little bit different to what we usually do for companies because many times a company hires us to carry out a very specific security audit that has a limited period of time. Let's say it takes 2 weeks or 1 month to carry out the audit, and that's the time that you have. But for a red teaming campaign, it takes you longer time. It's more similar to a monitoring service in which you and most likely more people, a certain team, right? Usually for a red teaming campaign, you have people with different areas of expertise. For instance, people that are into social engineering, that are experts in exploitation, or that are experts in different topics. And of course, the different profiles are part of the team of the attackers. So we have different stages throughout the methodology. Then we have to address the initial commitment, of course, which is, or the initial compromise when we're able to overcome the security, usually using or taking advantage of the human factor. Remember, the weakest link is what makes the chain break. And that is what we are looking for in any case during a red teaming campaign. Whereas during a traditional pen test, we are more limited and we cannot carry out certain types of attacks. We also establish backdoors once we have the initial compromise. We try to establish a plan B or an alternative way out. This is something that we try to do as well as establishing or uh, raising the privileges to monitor the users, tools that allow us, for instance, to capture their interaction with the keyboard, with the mouse, to gain control of their webcam, of their microphone, and all the devices that we can control over that system. Okay, now moving on to this continues to be an introduction, right? I've been giving you an overview of what a red teaming campaign is. And whenever we talk about red teaming, we are talking about techniques that, of course, have some sort of similarity or share the basics with a traditional pen test, but the approach is much more straightforward, much more aggressive, I would say. The main difference between a pen test and a red team is that the red team first of all, has unlimited window frame and it is limited also in the number of tasks that you may put in place. And from personal experience, most of the audits that I've done with pen testing that only allow me to reach to a certain point, they tell me, okay, this is the scope that you need to audit, or these are the systems that you need to try to compromise. And the moment you detect a vulnerability, you need to get back to us to put a patch on it as soon as possible so that we know that that problem is there. This is fairly common in a traditional pen test audit, and there are also time limitations. Of course, like I said it earlier, it may take you from 2 to 4 weeks, for instance, more or less, to do an audit. And of course, the tasks that you may carry out and their scope is also more limited. Whereas for a red teaming campaign, you have more time, and also on the other side, you are testing at all times different ways of breaking in and compromising the system. And within the approach of a red teaming campaign, you do not have to let them know whenever you find a way in. The moment you compromise the system, you try to pretend or you try to fly under the radar, you try to be or you represent a real threat, something that would be a team of cyber criminals. What would that look like in the real world? How would you move forward with that approach? And in this manner, you are able to understand how to compromise the security of the organization.
So when we're talking about a pen testing, I usually mention this, the penetration testing standard, the P-test. Well, this is a methodology that is quite extended nowadays, and probably many of you know this. We've got various steps. We've got the pre-engagement interactions and the interactions that have to do with the customer. When we define the confidentiality agreement, when we define what are the activities that you can or cannot perform, and of course, you have it also in a campaign of the red teaming, but the scope might be broader. And here we have intelligence gathering, threat modeling, vulnerability analysis, exploitation, post exploitation, and reporting. This is traditional pen testing, a red teaming campaign. There are some steps that we share, there are some others that are different, where we're going to have a totally different approach. If the pen test or this is standard that you got it, the pen test standard dot or RNG, wanted to say what are the things that we need to look at. This is a quite complete guideline for, and I truly recommend it. This is a very well documented, everything is very well explained, and actually it tells you what are the steps or the techniques that you should apply for each one of the stages for your pen test, right? So this is what we normally have in a pen test, that these are the stages. And normally, as I said before, in a traditional pen test, are usually in the exploitation stage. Many times the customer doesn't allow us to reach the stage of post exploitation, mainly just because they just want to know what is the commitment, what is the exposition, what is the surface of attack, and they don't want to know further, because sometimes the customer, they just assume that their system internally they might be secured enough, but they would like to know how would be the attack from the outside, what would be the perspective. And so with that, in my experience, we will be in the exploitation, and that's why I have found some auditing, and in the post exploitation, but there has been the fewer. And actually, in most of the cases, the exploitation, that is the main objective of the auditing, and to show the vulnerabilities, to detect and to generate a report, and that's it. And normally that is the case. In a red teaming campaign, the approach will change. We've got the recognitions or intelligence gathering, and sometimes we've got the physical contact just to apply some techniques of social engineering. This is something that we usually carried out in campaigns of red teaming. So I don't know, probably many of you have seen this Miss Rabbit a television series, and there are so many things that those are the of red teaming, and that can be applied, and those are quite feasible in the real world. For example, by distributing malware samples in a device in an OSD, just to well play with the curiosity of human beings. You just leave a USB device in a bathroom, let's say, or in any public space, an open area that you can see, and anybody in the perimeter of that company, of that organization, probably once they see that, the first thing that they will try to do is to put it, to connect it in the computer of your company, and of course that can generate a payload or a sample of a malware that will give us access. For instance, this is totally valid, and we will have it in the first stages, which is the data gathering. What do we need to prepare? What is the objective? Which would be the potential areas of access? And once we've got that information, if we found out that in the objective, the users, they're going to use a Windows system, well, of course, our samples should be focused to those systems. If it is an organization that used a system based on Linux, whatever we develop, the samples that we will have must be focused specifically to that kind of system. So the the more information that we've got, the better will be, because our weapons, quote unquote, they need to have the desired effect. And then we're talking about the delivery. In this stage, we define what are the mechanisms in order to provide the potential victim this sample of a malware. What I said before, we just leave a device, a USB in a bathroom or whatever it is in a company. You pretend to be a candidate, or you can have a contact with that company. You pretend to be someone that wants to work in that company, and then you try to convince the person that is in the reception that will print a document that is in a USB. Probably it is your resume, and if they can print it, and once they plug it in your computer, then you can have a dropper or any sample of the malware. And as soon as they get into contact, those are techniques of social engineering, and it is a little bit of a tricky way of thinking. And then that is what we've got in the delivery stage, to get closer to the victim and to execute some malicious software. And once we've got the expected results, which is to have access to that system, then we go to the initial compromise. And with that, we need to evaluate the environment. We're going to see what is the network environment, under which privileges I'm using, what privileges do I have in the system, if we've got possibilities of taking that, and that is part of the initial compromise. And of course, to set the persistence. It means how I am going to maintain my presence. If by any means the connection that I've got, we need to make sure that later on I can have access once again. Or what would happen if the computer reboots or the system is shut down? So I need to have a mechanism of persistence. So once the system is up and running once again, then you can generate a reversed condition. So that will depend on the objective of the campaign. So that is persistence. And then we've got the tools of command and control that we can deploy in the machines that are affected. So those are tools that would allow us to have a control as complete as possible in this system. So what we said a minute ago, to have the possibility of capturing the webcam, the microphone, and also what you're going to type on the keyboard, or the user of the or the victim. So with that, when they're looking in their computers, so you can take a snapshot as well. And also in terms of the privilege escalations, that is one of the first things that we do after the first compromise, because of course after we get the access, then I'm not going to have the necessary privileges in order to run all these tasks of persistence and also command and control, because I will not have all the privileges to create a user in the system or to install a software. So the first thing is to increase our privileges, and sometimes it can be complicated. It can be is something hard to obtain because probably the system is secure enough, is patched, and we can have many reasons, but sometimes it can be complicated. And then we've got the internal reconnaissance. We've got a people to try to jump into another machine. So if there is a computer that is compromised, probably that will have connectivity with another one, and that is in a local network. That is possible. So the first thing is to analyze the environment, to check and to make a scanning inside the network, and to see which other machines are accessible from this machine that is already committed. So that is something that we also have in the red team. And last but not least, we need to define which are the mechanisms to exfiltrate. What are the channels to exfiltrate, to filter some documents. The more machines that we compromise, the better it will be, because we will have more samples and we will have access to more documents and more information. So that will be part of the last phase. Here, I just I'd like to show this image because here we can see how is a red team campaign. As I said before, it is a little bit different, which is different from the open task. We've got the compromise, we've got recon in the first place, and the delivery is missing here, but in this image it's included in the initial compromise. And then we've got the establishment of the persistence, escalate privileges, and sometimes we've got the escalation of privilege, and then to establish persistence. Then we talk about internal recon, lateral movement, and then to analyze what we are looking at, the gathering of that data. This is a filter. We do it with as many systems as we can, and finally we exfilter, and then we complete the mission. And this is the campaign of red teaming, and each one of these stages, it is complex on its own. So that is why normally in a red teaming campaign you're not alone. Sometimes you've got a team of people, professional of different areas, of different specialties, that will support you or support the campaign roughly in each one of these stages. So we can escalate the privileges and also with the lateral movements. So that will depend on the specialty of each person. Some people are specialized in the data gathering or in any other data source. So that amount of people, their job or their participation in the campaign will be more important at the beginning. And there are some people that they've got a very good skills by applying some techniques of social engineering. So they will be in this stage, initial compromise. And once again, in a red teaming operation, this is not only one person. Usually you've got a team. Normally, you've got several people interacting, the ones that are part of this. While in a pen test, given their characteristics, it could be possible to carry that out by one or two people, but in a red teaming, at least a serious one, it is true that usually this is carried out by a team that could be between three or four people. So it can be even more people. That will depend on the expertise of each person and each member of the team, and also regarding the objectives of the team. So, by saying this, let's imagine the following scenario. So, let's imagine that the objective of this campaign, it is a company that works or is in charge of supplying the specific service or a product. And of course, what is this organization going to have? They will have people, that is in charge of selling, of generating customers, or generating movement within the company. So this is normal, this is natural in each one of the organizations, and also this is very common, very normal, that they don't have much knowledge regarding IT security as expected or as they should. And let's say that there can be a factor of attack, which is a way of access that is quite possible. So we can trick them, and so they can open a malicious document, and by applying some techniques of social engineering, we can make them to open a Word document with the macros enabled, and we can compromise their computer. So they're going to be connected to the local network of the object. So I was thinking about that. Imagine that you're the mayor, and the objective is a company that can promote or distribute a specific software. So you can pretend that you're a customer who is interested in that kind of service, and the commercial, that is the application of a social engineering technique. And the commercial person is going to try to do what? To sell you a product or a service, and in that interaction we can have the opportunity to distribute something and to send something via email, a link with a malicious information, or to include somehow, or you could send a Word document or a PDF that may contain a malicious payload. So this could be done in a simple manner, in a quick manner, by using Metaxploit, for instance, or many frameworks, or even you can create your own payload. Let's say that this is not that complicated. And just to make it more dynamic, look.
Something fairly simple over here. I can execute the MSF Venom to enter with malicious items within a Windows system. So what I'm trying to generate is for Windows x64, and let's say that it's a Matter Predator. And also reverse TCP, which is fairly simple. And for sure, if you've ever done pen testing, you've done this at some point. So at the moment, I don't think I'm showing you anything new. This is just for you to see how this could be applied. Something like this. Okay, and I'll say, or I'll tell the person, instead of a regular executable file, it will be a different format, and the format will be VBA, and the file will be, for instance, TMP slash sample, for instance, dot VBA, just to name an example. I'll wait for a second so that sample is generated and it says, okay, this is a 64 architecture that the file and route was generated, and now there will be a Word format document or PowerPoint or Excel document that I can create here to include content that, well, that fulfills my objective, the specific objective of the campaign. For instance, if we are requesting information, or if we are requesting, let's say, you may send a document to that hypothetical uh, person from the commercial area. I want to have these specifications, and you may even create a document that's highly detailed so that the user or the victim actually buys into that and they believe, so that your lie is believable enough just with a Word document. So you have it here, it's been generated, and now I can have this MSF console. And while this is being done, I will open up a new terminal over here in the TMP terminal in order to distribute this through a Windows system. Something very simple. an HTTP server in the 180 port, and of course, in the 8080 port, I'm sorry, in a real campaign, this would distribute this via email directly, and I should take into account other techniques as well to overcome certain security mechanisms, for instance, antivirus, anti-malware, or any perimeter security system that they have in place. This is also part of the campaign, and it is part of the weaponizing phase. That's why I need the most information that I may obtain. For instance, if I know that this is a Windows here, I am almost sure, almost certainly, I will have to face a certain level of security. Therefore, I may change my approach, for instance, with a cryptor, or I may find a different way of trying to put in place this malware sample, this Visual Basic script, or I may use PowerShare or others. Let's say that this depends on the objective. Now, it depends on what is it that you need to compromise or that you want to compromise. In this case, just to show you, just to show you an example, I will generate this in this manner. So I'm just going to raise the multi-handler exploit. I'm going to put in this payload, Windows x64, Metapredator, and verse TCP. And I will indicate here set L host, set L port, whatever port that is, and then I hit on exploit. And I believe that those were the options that I specified earlier, right? Yes. Windows x64 and all the features that I mentioned earlier. Correct? And that's it. Exploit. I have my handler and I have it here. And then at the moment, I only have one folder, right? One folder in the VBA format. That's all that I have. And the name of this was sample.vba. I have it here active. Let's say I'm going to check whether I have my virtual machine here. Yes, there it is, up and running. Okay, this is the victims system, and somehow I need to distribute this. Somehow I need to send the malware sample. Okay, let's assume that I used email. Okay, in any case, first of all, the Visual Basic application in itself, it doesn't work. I have to embed this in a document specifically, and I have to edit the macros and create macros here. That's what I should do. There is a tool that I like to use that's very simple, and I always teach that, and it's called MacroPack. It's very simple to go from a sample in Kodiak, in Metaxploit, or others. It allows me to generate a document in Microsoft Office format. Right? It's called MacroPack. It's a tool used to automatize the generation of formats for Microsoft Office or Visual Basic scripts, right? Okay, and it supports several formats. Let's take a look at this. You may generate Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, Visio project, or anything that you want. And the formats are Visual Basic application, script, Windows script file, Windows script component, and HTA, and so many others. It's very good, actually. That's why I like it, and that's why I like to teach this. So first of all, to this Windows machine, I will be transferring what I had here in the 8080, if I remember correctly, right? And I will transfer this folder here, the VBA, right? I have it right here. And that was generated by Metaxploit, which is a mystery over here, right? That was generated by Metaxploit. Now, what do I have to do? The macro pack is something that I've downloaded already, right? It's here. In our case, or in your case, I'm sorry, you may go to the repository and to download this. This is written in Python, and you may use it from Linux or Windows as well. You have it here you have the different releases over here. I'm showing you this. This is, for instance, the latest version from May. You download an executable file, you go to releases and you see macropack.exe. Okay, so over here, what do I do? Since I've downloaded here already, I have it here in this folder, right here. It's called macropack 19. I will open here, I will go to the Windows system and I will go to that folder to go to the downloads. This is a sample and the macro pack. Everything is set up then to generate this folder in a malware folder, in a malicious malicious folder, and I will say, okay, macro pack configuration options. First of all, I need to indicate where the Visual Basic application is, right? Which is sample VBA. Now, in order to generate a Word document with the macros enabled, I will call it, for instance, invoice. Invoice.docm. Let's imagine that in your campaign, you are distributing or sending out to the potential victim a Word document that is supposedly an invoice or bill that's somehow related to whatever lie you came up with to trick them into falling into this. Okay, so the document is being generated in Microsoft Word, and that's it. It says that it clears out metadata, it deletes personal information. Of course, this is important as well because it is possible that in that document that you are sending, there is some sort of metadata that may identify you or some of the components of the campaign, some of the members of your team. So it's very useful that you do that. And of course, the document has been generated here with the enabled macros. Now, just a moment. Let's take a look at this right here. I have the terminal open here and I have the handler here. I'm going to close this over here. The handler is in the status of listening, and what I will do now is the following. I'm going to open up the document and we'll see how the Visual Basic application script will be generated and executed, and it will provide us or give us a matter per session. In the real world, the same situation would happen, but for instance, we would have to tune up the document in order to keep it believable, right? It can't be a blank document because that won't be believable. The person will immediately realize that it is something strange going on. But this needs to be suitable to the social engineering project that you generated at the very beginning, right? That should be here, but at the moment it will be blank. First of all, the macros have been enabled due to security reasons, and this is the latest version of the Microsoft Office, right, of 2019. And I will say enable content, right? The content is supposedly enabled and the document remains the same as usual. Nothing has happened, but here we should add some more details. For instance, a real invoice, a real bill, or something that somehow matches our objective of the attack. And we should also create a Visual Basic script or application that has or that uses techniques to overcome antivirus or any mechanisms of security. But for a test, this is good enough. And we see here that we are receiving the stage and we have this matter prayer session. And over here, we should raise the privileges and to carry out the other activities of the campaign. We can see over here that this is nothing but a test in which I have not had to exploit anything at all. I did not go out to look for ports or vulnerable services in a pen testing campaign. In a traditional pen test campaign, I would do that, right? I would take a look at the open ports, I would take a look at vulnerabilities, I would try to go over those, and I would try to find a vulnerability that's feasible. But in this case, that was not necessary at all. I could just apply techniques of social engineering to deceive that person, to overcome this human factor, which is the weakest link. And like we said it ourselves, to do this, this is the very simple example. I did not have to go through much trouble to do this, but in itself, I think it is very educational. And these are the things that are applied in real campaign, of course, taking into account a high level of attention to detail, right? Whatever excuse you came up with for your social engineering project, for instance, knowing that there are antivirus put in place, if they have one or several, usually at least one, then you need to know which one. Why? Because you need to generate something that overcomes that security mechanism. It doesn't take for you to create a look detect table or a malware sample that does not detect the antivirus. No, for a red team campaign, your purpose is that the objective that has a certain antivirus or two or three or many, that our sample can go over the signatures of that antivirus, not of all of them. I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself with this, but in that sense, the effort is lower, right? Because we are only focusing on whatever is installed, whatever the objective has set up, right? Okay. This has been very quick, a very quick overview. We've gone through the first stages very quickly because that's what I had to show you. But in a real campaign, we would use, for instance, phishing techniques. And for that, I would like to take this opportunity to show you, for instance, Go Fish. This is the Go Fish project, which is open source phishing framework. And this is a very powerful tool, a visual tool, very simple to use. And it allows you to create phishing campaigns in a very easy and simple manner. It allows you to create a web interface to take a look at the emails that have been sent throughout the campaign, those that have been actually opened, how many users have actually clicked, and in how many cases data has been introduced. And it allows you to track the results and it allows you to see everything, and it just works. This is a tool that has everything, and very quickly you're able to create a phishing campaign. For instance, I have it here and it is super quick, and I will show you.
So here I have SRC. Here is installed. Okay, so here we have Go Fish. And after having the Go Fish in my local machine, we've got the local host. And here I'm going to have the Go Fish. Well, I need the user and the password, and we've got in a default manner, I've got the admin and the password is going to be Go Fish. So here has each one of the steps or the elements that will create a phishing campaign. You can configure the sending profiles, which are basically the SMTP servers, I'm sorry, to send the email. So then you can have the landing pages. If in the email you've got a link where the user will click on that, it will say where you can tag the customer. This is a landing page here, and you can create a template for an email, and you write down, for instance, your scam or you pretext so that the victim can take that. So in users and groups, you got the processes, which are the users, their email addresses in which they need to send this sample of phishing. Here we can have a significant sample of millions of emails, and GoFish will automatize that when you create a campaign. Here, for instance, a new campaign, what do you need to provide? A new name, whatever name you want to put, whatever it is, and an email template if you have one, then a landing page if you have one, the URL. When the user is going to click on this link, where is this going to go? This is going to go to my GoFish, and that is going to be achieved by everybody. So If you want to define this campaign to start on a certain date, then you will put it here. This is going to be on August the 12th, just to set an example. And the sending profile, the server SMTP that you would like to use, the groups, which are the users or the accounts or the emails that you want to send this. You can create a group of emails that can be an emails of a company or emails of general public or groups. If your objective is the company one, then you can create this for the company one and another one for the company two, the emails of that company. So, well, you have it grouped here and that's it. And once you've got these elements, that you can launch that campaign. And now it's going to be the same because I haven't defined much, but this is a follow-up of this campaign. So it will say this campaign right now, this is going to be sent to only one email account that doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. But let's say how it works, this flow. And up in there, we can say the emails that have been sent, that have been open and clicked, and in which one you have entered data, and also in which one this email has been reported as spam, and from where it was open. So this is a tool that I think it is very, very useful for the delivery, especially. Well, by saying this, just some conclusions. First of all, the red teaming is it is something that is going to stay or going to last. Sometimes can take months. It is not a so similar to a testing, and that can be carried out by one person. But usually, we've got a team. It must represent a real threat. Otherwise, we're just going to do a specific auditing. And the objective of this is to compromise the systems, to filter information, to escalate and to access to the biggest amount of sensitive information as possible. And also, it depends on other things that may depend on the objective of what we're looking for. A red team campaign can be constant to measure the effectiveness of the measures that we have taken. What are we doing? The team of blue of this red team to defend, and we as a red team, how are we avoiding those mechanisms, or how do we detect them, or how we disable them? Because there is a battle that we've got within a company if we've got both teams, because sometimes there are some companies that they only have a blue team and they do not consider having a red team, so they just have the system team that has to do with the security of the service, which is something that is very common. So the difference with a pen test, this red team, the how deep we go and the scope is also different. We can see the red team as a ongoing monitoring system, or a group of people that are all the time looking where to get an access, and with that see if they can have access to that objective. Is the same thing as what happens with an organization on the internet, which website are they going to have access? So what's happening is that there are some agents, some malicious agents, that all the time they're waiting for an opportunity, waiting to have a new version of that software or that application in order to explode it or to see in which way you can have access. So that is what they do, the cyber criminals, in a team of a red team. Then we try to simulate those threats and to be as close as possible to the reality. This is a campaign or an auditing of pen test. This is not the same. In an auditing of pen testing, when we see a vulnerability assessment, we just try to measure the level of risk, which are the vulnerabilities that might be evident. So let's say that it is different. And for practical effects, well, this sentence, we have to take it very carefully. There are not huge differences between a red team and a group of cyber criminals, because the only way to make a difference is this non-disclosure agreement, and also the scope, because you have the permit, the authorization to perform those tests, but the cyber criminals, they will just use this information or whatever they do against the objective for their own benefit. While in a red team campaign carried out by professionals, we just do this in order to do it within the company. So this is a legal environment. So on my side, this is everything. I try to go very fast in order to comply with the agenda. And I don't know if you have any questions, any comments, whatever you want, because I'm here for you. Thank you. Thank you, Adastra, very much. When you just started with this day, I didn't realize that I had my mic off. So I thought that my camera was on because, no, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay. No problem. Well, here we have some questions. Give me a second, please. Yes, can you see it? I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay, one of the questions, Danielle, was if in order to test the payload in Beta Explode, yes, to test the payload, the red teaming, what usually does is to test that in a control environment. You try to replicate the same environment that you've got, that you have detected in the victim or in the target, and you try to replicate it in virtual machines. You try to replicate the same thing to test it before going to production, so to distribute it to the real victim. So that is very common, to test the payload and to test it with the defensive mechanisms that you may have, so you will make sure that this is going to work, because it doesn't make sense that you generate the payload and then the antivirus will got it, or it's going to be detected on the other way. You have to test it before. And yes, that is some of the things, and that is also part of the weaponization stage. I have another question. I have seen that Gmail checks the emails that you want to attach. In some cases, they say that the files can be potentially dangerous, so we cannot attach it. So can we apply something in order to pass the filter that the email suppliers may have? Yes, we can have different techniques of evasion. So let's say an Excel document, probably you will not be able to upload it because most of the email providers will detect it, but you can attach a Word document with the macros enabled. Some of them will enable the macros and will say, this is a malicious one. What do? You apply a filter or an evasion technique. There are several projects that have this kind of techniques incorporated. Phantom evasion is one, or also we've got the don't techniques. Those are there is a project called Donut that allow you to generate different kind of samples, and they incorporate these techniques of evasion. And most of the cases, you can evade this kind of filters. And the other one has to do with when you use a macro packet, do we need to have a technique of hiding and then the file of pretext in order to use it? So you went through a total virus? No, don't go through that. Don't go through virus total virus. When you upload something to virus total, if you generate a payload or a malware, you made an effort that is not going to be detected, or is going to be as silent as possible, and you upload it to virus total, then you burned it, because that is going to take that sample, is going to analyze it, and is going to distribute it to the different antivirus. Never use that. It is better to use any other kinds of not distributed or an online services that do not distribute the sample of malware. Or as I said, in a campaign of red teaming, what we do is to be focused only in the defense mechanism for perimeter security and in a specific antivirus. You know, it is Windows 10 with Enable Norton, and we've got Windows 10 with Norton, and you will run some tests against that. That is what we normally do. And there was another question. And with GoFish, when we generate the malicious link, we have to send it to an URL, so we can have any URL. No, any, you can put any URL. When you're creating the campaign, it's going to tell you, okay, the URL that you will put it that will be accessible for the attackers. You can have the URL of GoFish or any other server that you control to receive it. When the user will click in the link of the email, the important thing is that that link is going to reach to take you to a domain in order to capture that information. And also you can clone Facebook or a site or any kind of website for the interaction that that user will have. So this has been a wonderful presentation. Everybody loved the presentation. We've got more questions, but because of the time, this is going to be the last one, and the other ones we're going to send it to you. When a company when a company is going to hire a red team. So what would be the minimum time that they can hire you as a red team? Because of the cost, we cannot have it all the time. So the minimum time recommended. This is something that is not written anywhere. This is something that I have seen in my experience. It can be roughly 3 and 6 months, something like that. It could that could be the amount of time, because not all of the companies can have a red team contracted all the time, and also they need to subcontracted by a third party company, and that can be between 3 and 6 months, according to what is the scope of this auditing or this red team. So thank you very much. It was a very good lecture, very good comments. So yes, you need to do a training and a book about this, and we expect to have you in the future here in Chile. I would love that. Yes, I would love to go there, and let's hope that everything will go back to normal as soon as possible, and we can have these events person to person. That is the beauty of it, to share and to do it in person. So nowadays, because of the situation, we cannot do that, but I would like to send you a message of this is a very complicated time, both for Chile and also in Spain. We are under a constant stress. So I just want you to know that whatever you need, I cannot do much, but please contact me through Twitter, Telegram, and everything, LinkedIn. On my side, there's no problem. And whatever you need, I'm here for you. And a huge, big hug. Excellent. Thank you very much, Adastra. Really, thank you very much. So, thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here. And for the rest of the audience, we're going to go to the waiting room, and then we will continue with the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready. The following talk will be by Ramon de Souza, who is a journalist who is specialized on cybersecurity. Actually, he writes for the website and newsletter The Hack in Portuguese. And basically, he is a correspondent of cyber war, and his presentation will be very specific. He's been working on this for a long time, but unfortunately, he had a problem. He was unable to be with us live. But this is a summarized video of his talk, and after that, we will have a surprise. So stay tuned and let's go to the video. Hello, we have Gia with us. People were asking us, where was she? Did she not like the event? Where was she? It was great. She was taking a break, that's all. And we also had a surprise for you guys. Like I said it earlier, probably you all know the person that's here, Claudio Caracciolo, with us today, who is a part of 8.8 as well. And I'm lucky and honored to work with him. So the idea was to have a conversation, considering that Ramon's presentation took a little bit less than planned, and Gina was kind enough to volunteer to guide the conversation. No, 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 I will listen to you, so I will try to keep up. I just came back. Okay, start off with your questions. So if you want to kick off the conversation, let's start with asking, who is Claudio? You do not know him, right? Since everybody knows you already, Claudio Caracciolo, I will give you the opportunity to introduce yourself. Okay? Caracciolo, that's how you say it. It has two C's, right? You'll never pronounce this the way it is, right? Just to piss me off. Yes, Caracciolo, that's my last name. Yes, Claudio Caracciolo. Is that the pronunciation? Is it? What are you even doing here? Why are you changing the agenda? Where are you trying to confuse me? Okay, introduce yourself. These are the conversations that we usually have with Gavi, and we've been having for some time. He always asks me to put out the fires, right? Stop throwing me under the bus. Okay, let's do this. So I love him. I love him still. It doesn't matter. I help him out. We've been working together for many years. How many years? And we've known each other for even longer. Friends for many years, and I'm also a fan of 8.8. They know me. I've given presentations before from the very first one, and I've been supporting or trying to support the work that they carry out in whatever way they can. And also, some years ago, I was invited to be part of the academic committee to select the presentations, the papers. So, what do you do? What's your area of work? Well, I work for a cybersecurity area in Telefonica for 6 or 7 years now, ever since it was created, and I was the employee number 32. And now we have a team of 1,500 people and counting. Were you ever the employee of the month? No, I was not. I was never. No, he's not that good of an employee, actually. I heard that you were awarded something, a prize or an acknowledgement. No, but that was in 8.8. They gave me an acknowledgement for being the speaker that had presented the most times. That's it. That's all that I was awarded with. That's all. Okay, great. You've been in every event, in every conference, right? Yes, I even went to the Las Vegas conference. I would volunteer to go there with you guys. I would go next year at the beginning of August, 8.8 Las Vegas. We'll be there. Yes, I like it. I like that. I'll be there. I was in the first 8.8 in Las Vegas and the first 8.8 in Chile. And do you ever ask Gabriel some favors to help you out? Yes, I'll tell you about that. No, I've not asked him all that many favors. He keeps coming to me to save him. No, no, no. I do not go to the Italian mob, so I will keep quiet. I want to remain with 10 fingers for as long as I live. Yes, that's a good decision. I'm from Calabria. Gabriel, really do not mess with that. Stay away from him. Try to maintain all your 10 fingers. I've been there before. It's a beautiful place. Have you been there before? Yes, I have. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I've been to many beautiful places there. I was telling the audience that we're going to ask a few questions over the chat, and we're going to give some awards, okay? We're going to ask some technical questions, okay? They will not be as easy as the questions we did before, right? Yeah, you continue on, and I'm going to ask you questions on the chat. And just like we did before, the first person that answers the question will win the prize. Okay. Claudio, what events have you been participating in lately? Well, I participate, well, because of what I do, and I actually like it, but because of my role, I usually attend so many lectures, so many events all over the place. Actually, every week I have to attend a different event. Right now, well, I've been sitting in my office in the very same place where I am right now, but I've been attending different events. I actually forgot the last one. All that long ago? No, it was on Saturday. Yeah, I'm just overworked. I'm super tired. And yes, I go to so many different events. I've been invited specifically because of the role that I have within the team that has to do with innovation and security, and because of the role in the Industrial Cybersecurity Center. And I usually give presentations. People reach out to me, and right before this, I was going through a presentation that I have to give tomorrow on this. What's the first step when you are preparing for a presentation? We have many people that maybe are interested in this. That's a good question. I believe that many times they prepare this based on the PowerPoint presentation, and I think that's a mistake. I think first of all, you need to set up a storyline. What is it that you want to tell? What's the point of your story? And based on that storyline, you usually have slides with the title of what is it that you want to tell the audience, and then I think about how to convey that message. And usually, Gabriel knows that I usually do use pictures more than text because it gives me the possibility to update everything. For instance, if there's a certain topic and everyone is confused, I see that the audience is confused because it's a highly technical issue. That means that that's a signal for me to not not to dive into that in depth, and to adjust the approach. So I believe that that's a very good strategy to prepare your presentation. First of all, you always need to define your storyline. Maybe some sort of brainstorming. Yes, something like that. And then, well, first of all, you need to know what is it that you want to tell people. Many times you're preparing a presentation and you want to include everything that comes to your mind, and that will take 30, 40, or God knows how many minutes. It won't be enough time to tell people about all of your ideas. You need to develop a storyline. Claudio, I'd like to hop in because I think there's a question that keeps coming up, and it has to do with the role of the academic committee in 8.8 and the role as a chair. What are the suggestions that you people that are sending in papers? For instance, now it happened, no Chilean papers to participate, only Carlos Landeros, but that was it. Yesterday, there was a discussion going on in LinkedIn. It was a very interesting discussion regarding why so very few women. That's why you called me, guys, right? I was just here hanging out and they called me. Yes, and I had no choice but to say yes. Well, yeah, definitely. It's a good idea. Okay, what you said, it's important. First of all, many people don't send the paper because they just don't do it. I mean, if you don't send anything, you don't even run the risk of having it approved. I mean, do it. Just do it. Take a nib and send the paper in. Many times when you send the paper in, many times you assume that we've seen your presentation before, and if the paper does not reflect or convey your idea, it means nothing to us, and it does not need to be as highly detailed. We do not want a full and thorough description of your presentation. No, we just want an idea. Is this something that has been presented before? Is this a proof of concept? Is this something that has been put in place somewhere? Is there a tool, etc., etc.? And how many years have been, for how long have you been doing talks and presentations and events? Well, you will force him to unveil his age. Just 2 years. No, not 2 years. I've been working on cybersecurity for 24 years. And you're making me sad now. You're making me sad. No, that's not it. And I've been giving presentations maybe for 16 or 17 years now. Do you remember the first talk that you gave? That's a good question. That's a good one. I remember I've been doing journalism for some time myself. Yes, I do remember the first presentation. It was not the most difficult one. Actually, I know which one was the most difficult one. I know it. Yes, I was going to ask you that. Which was the most difficult one? Well, there were two talks or three events. Yes, I went through a traumatic experience myself. Okay, the first talk, of course, you get so nervous, but you make it through. It was not traumatic. It was not a traumatic experience at all. When you're there, standing in front of the audience, you know that you're passing it up and you need to make it through. You need to make it through to the other end. You need to feel confident, clear your throat, and you need to continue on and push through. It has happened to me before. Sometimes I've been anchoring shows and something happens and you're so embarrassed, but maybe something happens and you just want to run and hide, but still you continue on until you make it through. And I've had my fair share of incidents after many years of experience. You gain a certain level of comfort and you have a plan B usually. Well, during the first talk, I was very concerned with the looks of people. That would make me stutter and feel not so comfortable with what I was saying, okay? And sometimes the audience whispers to themselves, and now I need to look at people. And if they are not looking back at me, that makes me nervous now. I think I like it better online because that way I do not see people. You're giving the talk and you don't know whether they like it or not. They're bored if you're being way too technical or too basic. Well, Gabriel will let us know because he is monitoring the questions online. But you have not told us yet about your worst experience, okay? Once we went to a talk and it was actually very concerning because of the format of the talk. There is a video, actually. Hi, how are you guys? It's a very good. It's a very good conversation. Brooks is our a closing keynote speaker, former FBI agent. Wow, way to top that. Now they will deactivate their camera. So the TEDx talk, it got me very nervous. I was very nervous. I had to practice so much. And at this point, I give the talks. I already know what I want to tell people. I've been doing it for so many years. It's very simple for me. But for TEDx, I had to talk about something, but in a very specific manner, in a limited time frame, in a very specific format that was not familiar to me. And I had to practice so much. And while I was practicing, I was getting more and more nervous and I was not used to practicing all that much. The first one was different, and they kept giving me instructions, and it felt different. It felt off sometime, and at the end of that experience, it was a difficult time. At the beginning of the talk, my throat felt very uncomfortable. My voice, I was losing my voice, but if you Google that talk and that TEDx talk, Google it, you'll find it. And it's impossible to tell. You can tell how uncomfortable you were. But I promise you, the first couple of minutes was terrible. It's only 18 minutes long, and it was terrible for me. Then I had one in Panama. We had technical issues that was very difficult as well. I had no equipment whatsoever. I had demos, I had so many things to show, no equipment available. And I had to do it out of nowhere. No presentation, no video, no demo, nothing. I had to improvise on site. I had to do it. So I was able to swing it. Yes, I was able to do it at the end of the day. And something else that happens often we say that Murph's law, something will definitely go wrong at the worst time. As the son of a man from Calabria, when I go up there in heaven and I see him again, I will I will ask some explanations. And yes, that usually happens. It happens to everyone. I believe that the greatest challenge is when you have to talk in a different language, because maybe you feel comfortable on stage, you are able to tell jokes. But in English, for instance, if you're not comfortable speaking English, it's so much more difficult and you need to be so much more concentrated. I believe it's double challenge in that case. Well, in English, that was in Miami. Just imagine in Miami, but it made no sense talking in English in Miami, of course, but I had to. And the second one in DEFCON, that was the first one because supposedly no one was Spanish speaking, and half the audience were my friends, and that was crazy. It was so much worse because I knew that they were not there to listen to me. It was so much fun, and well, those are some stories. And that's the best one to collect different stories along your career. And yes, that's what Adastra was saying.
What he was saying goodbye, the good thing about being at an event, besides of what you learn and what you share, what you interact in a lecture, is also to be there with other people. That's why I'm so surprised that there are no people is presenting things here. People from Chile, because there is a lot of potential here, and we know that there is a lot of potential, but that they it don't want to send their papers, so they need to do that and to share their presentations. And something that people do not know, people that is starting on this, that is very normal that they reject your paper. Probably the percent, and how is that? The percentage is a 70% is that you're being rejected and 30% is accepted. So you just have to continue, continue, continue. That is the only way. That is the only way. This kind of conferences, they work like you've got, there is a conference in Russia and you would like to go because it is interesting. And then you develop a research or a topic, and then you send that research, and then a committee, and Claudio has is part of that committee here for the 8.8 here in Chile, and among all of them they consider that that conference should be given. Then that lecture is given and they pay you for the trip and also for the staying. So that's the way it works, but it's very normal that they reject it. So sometimes they accept it and then you have to continue. And there are so many conferences in the past, we don't have that, so the percentage of rejection was even higher. So today we've got so many opportunities, and yes, they reject the lecture to Charlie Miller, let's say, to everybody. Everybody get rejected. There is no speaker that will say, I will send my presentation and it will be accepted. I always remember there was a Cesar Sepulveda in 8.8 where he said that he sent a paper to the US, to Black Hat, without knowing how to speak English and without having a passport. And in the end, he was accepted. He learned how to speak English and he gave a very good lecture for Microsoft. And he is, as I put, is one of the most recognized hackers in Latin America. So we need to hear that. And I'm going, after that, I said, I'm going to send it to everybody. And I went to Russia. I was in the DEFCON Villa. And Cesar, it is one of the most one of the speakers that have given most of the lectures in Black Hat. So yes, send pampers, try it. Please don't get blue, don't get sad because of that. So before we continue, I just want to tell you, well, the questions that we asked Clau in the chat was what kind of tool, what kind of free tools we have developed in order to do uh, hunting in 11 path. So we've got three prizes, which are a presents from Movistar Corporate. So I'll I give you the answer, and then you can say that if it is okay or not. So the first thing is that it is okay to measure just one or all of them. One of them said foca. No, for hunting, no. That is a tool that we developed, but no, we do not consider it for hunting. That is for pen testing. And then someone else, the results of a search of a web events for the text. I didn't get that. But here's another one. ET. Okay, that one already won. Yes. Uh, that is the latest tool that we have developed to do the hunting and to do the analysis of hunting. You would like it because this is an open source, it's a modular, you can add functions and using the FCAM. And one of the main features is that if you're a researcher, you don't have to open different tabs because then you got lost. But with this tool, you just load the APIs in the console, you can make a relationship, you can add information about it. And I don't know, if you're analyzing, let's say, hashes, and within those hashes there is a username, and from there you can load this username, and then you will start with the search, and then you can add data to your investigation model, and all of that is going to be in your database, so you can leave it there and continue the next day. That's amazing. That's amazing. And okay, okay, little by little you will read about this, so don't worry, it doesn't matter. And then someone else said latch. Latch, that is not a tool that is hunting, of course not. And then cyber threats. Cyber threat, that is not a tool for to do hunting. Psycho Wi-Fi. Psycho Wi-Fi, it is a tool that we've got available at the lab, and that was developed by the team of Crazy Ideas, but that is not a tool to do hunting, to be honest. Then Pesto, sorry. Pesto, it is a good tool. I will put truffle and pesto and a good parmesan cheese and a wine, and that is what I get from pesto. No, that is not the kind of pesto. No. Pesto, it is a tool of hunting, so it's closer. So let's leave it there as something that is possible. And there is another tool that people mention quite a lot. Team Patrol, no, that is not to do hunting now. And then Netto, I like it better. That is not exactly threat hunting, but okay, it's the same person that said Netto and also said Pesto. It's the same person. And that Masap. Masap, that is to look for vulnerabilities in the mobile apps. So that is not a threat hunting. Okay. And those are the ones. So DDD, mainly DDD. And then they said URL scan. That is not ours. Okay, the one that is closer is the one that said Pesto and NATO, I would say. Yes. And then we've got the second prize, and the third one is okay. I will take it. I will take it. The third one. Wait, diario. Someone said diario. Good. That is the third word. That is the third prize. Yes, excellent. That is for malware analysis, right? I have everything written down. I have it everything under control. I think that she's saying that our names are not very good. And these are the best because we've got some other names actually. Diario, that is a tool that we use for the analysis of malware in documents, in Excel, PDF, Word. What they do is to look for a malware in the macro. So that is going to complement all the tools anti-malware that you've got. And also it's free, so you can use it for free. Just give me a second, please. The sun is all over my face. So you know Gianella already, so thank you. And she is ambassador for Movistar Corporate. So time flies. So, and there are some surprises, and unfortunately, we cannot have wine at this time, but still, Clau, thank you very much for being here. And if you want to say something for the people of 8.8, so he is from the house. Okay, thank you. And well, this year I will not have any possibility to bother you with the soccer. No, please don't go there. And every year we've got to debate on the stage of 8.8. But this year it is a special year. But first of all, I would like to give a big warm hug to everybody in Chile. We are all in every country with this complicated situation. And I think that we're going to overcome that. So I just want to hug you. And I hope that everybody is good. And thank you very much for the invitation and for all the hearing. And the next 8.8, I can see you and hopefully we can see each other. And especially for the ones that have something to tell, send a paper. Send a paper because I would like to see more papers from Chile in the event. So a huge hug for everybody. So that is our hashtag. We will meet again. Arrivederci. Thank you, Gia. You were great. And then I'm just telling Gia that they don't want to see me. They will just want to see Gia. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will go to the waiting room and then we will go to the break and we will have the ruffles and the videos from our sponsor, Movistar Corporate. Okay.
Okay, now for the most expected time of the day. Gianella, we are ready for the last presentation of the day. Precisely, you read my mind. I think that it's been very interesting. I think based on my stories, I think these are issues that we should all be aware of. Maybe not with the depth that you have, but maybe just to know the basic concept of cybersecurity. I believe it's key. Actually, we talked about this during the first talk. Maybe this is something we should start learning about during the school stage. Maybe listen more about fraud, about our credit card information and how sensitive is that. Nowadays, some key concepts can change so much. It's been so much fun. And at the beginning, I thought that this was going to be too much for me, right? I was not as pessimistic, but this is definitely new for me. And this is something that I also like about my job. Every day, every week, every year, something new comes up. And this is something that keeps me going. But now we are going to continue with a very important presentation. I think that he's very handsome just looking at him. A person that really calls your attention, that's really nice, that has had a very important career, a path with a very impressive resume. He lives in Indiana, for you to know. Indiana, with over 20 years of experience as a criminal profiling experience. He has worked as a professor as well, and it would be very useful to hear more. He has experience as detective, pursuing criminals. He has been a part of hostage situation negotiation teams. Read that lately. Hostage negotiation specialist. This is the type of things that you see in the movies. When life and death depends on a phone call. That's it. That's it, precisely. Officer of the intervention team in times of crisis. 5 years as a special agent in the Department of Homeland Security. He has retired already, which means that if anything happens, just give him a call. That's it. Crux, Crux, he is the most wanted and expected person in our day. Former FBI agent. Muy bienvenido a 8.8 Sur. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Muchas gracias. El micrófono es tuyo. Bueno, en primer lugar, muchas gracias a todos y a todas de la conferencia 8.8, porque esta es una conferencia que realmente vale la pena. Me parece que yo he hablado en este tipo de conferencias. Yo hice unas 30 charlas el año pasado, unas 20 este año, y esta es la primera que yo he hecho de manera gratuita. Así que estoy en las redes sociales porque las personas pueden acceder a esto de manera gratuita, así que la estoy promoviendo. Esta no es mi charla original, ¿ok? La mía tiene que ver con entrevistas sociales y perfiles sociales. Muy bien, continuamos entonces. Muchas gracias. Así que vamos a hablar acerca de ingeniería social y las personas quieren saber qué es la ingeniería social y cuando tenemos este tipo de trampitas como el ransomware, muchas personas piensan que viene alguien de otro país que vive en el sótano de la casa de su mamá y sí, quizás sí, pero necesitan a una persona adentro y esa persona de adentro es la que no identificamos. Eso es la ingeniería social. Yo tengo entrevistas y declaraciones de hackers y ex hackers y no quiero arriesgar a nadie, así que espero y ojalá que podamos vernos el próximo año, pero mientras tanto les daré otra herramienta que tiene que ver con la escucha activa, que es un instrumento de comunicación exitosa. Básicamente es hablar acerca de cómo nos comunicamos, eso es lo que haremos, y esto puede ayudar a los individuos a nivel profesional, social y personal. Tiene que ver con cómo utilizar habilidades de escucha activa que han sido desarrolladas por el FBI, que utilizan cuando realizan negociación en situaciones de rehenes o interrogaciones o cuando se comunican con ciertas personas, ni siquiera necesariamente en un momento de crisis. Y el punto es tomar todo el tema del lenguaje de la policía, todos estos términos y quise enmarcarlo de una manera que fuera más amigable para todas las personas. Cuando yo estuve en Croacia el año pasado, di esta charla y un organizador del evento, yo le dije, a ver, ¿en qué tengo que trabajar? ¿Cómo estuvo la charla? Y esta vez me dijeron, bueno, fue una buena charla, pero fue algo complejo. Yo de verdad me ofendí un poco. Claro que es algo práctico. Estas son habilidades que todos tenemos. Ya, señores y señores, estas son habilidades que tenemos. A veces no las usamos. A veces la gente piensa que nosotros podemos desarrollar buenas conversaciones y sí, a veces sí, pero esto nos puede llevar al siguiente nivel. Y debemos preguntarnos, nosotros recolectamos información para realizar este tipo de actividades como la que yo estoy haciendo ahora. Utilizamos un formal, consultas, diálogo, preguntas, etcétera. Y me refiero también a la presencia física. Si tú piensas en atravesar un camino y está cerrado con cinta de color amarillo, sirenas, policías por todos lados, sin saber lo que ha pasado, ¿qué piensas? Algo pasó, ¿cierto? Hubo un accidente, hubo una decapitación, algo sucedió. Es solo la presencia física, es algo que nos indica que algo hay ahí. Ahora, descripciones de preguntas convencionales. Hay una manera de encontrar, esta es una manera de encontrar los hechos de manera rápida, se concentra en encontrar el problema de manera rápida y es el tipo de individuo que solamente averigua los hechos. Por ejemplo, si el líder del equipo en el cual tú estás o si estás en un proyecto sabiendo un plazo que cumplir, cómo las personas se expresan, gatilla una respuesta que puede ser positiva o negativa. También cuando hablamos de los reportes o de las informaciones que entregamos, esto es lo primero que debemos tener para obtener una comunicación de manera exitosa, porque puede producir presión, puede hacer que las personas se pongan a la defensiva y puede generar obstáculos también. Por ejemplo, para estar en un equipo, para ser parte de un equipo, quiero volver un segundo y lo siento, quiero explicarme mejor y probablemente se preguntan, ¿qué hace un oficial, un ex negociador, un ex oficial de policía haciendo una charla en una conferencia de seguridad, de ciberseguridad? Bueno, déjenme contarles una cosa que para mí como ex investigador y agente especial del FBI, y una cosa para ustedes, en su área de trabajo tenemos algo en común, que es el ingrediente clave que tenemos en común y es que nos gusta llegar a la verdad, nos gusta resolver problemas y cuando lo digo, puedo ver, cuando siempre que digo esto, cuando estoy en una conferencia en vivo, las personas comienzan a sentir con la cabeza, porque sí, es verdad, nos gusta resolver los problemas y es por eso que yo estoy aquí y me parece que es una causa que vale la pena perseguir porque son habilidades que tenemos para ser mejores equipos, mejores personas, mejores amigos. Mejores amigas, lo único que hay que hacer es entrenarlo. Está en ti, son habilidades que tenemos. Aquí tenemos entonces el rol del cambio del comportamiento y cómo influirlo. Comenzamos justo aquí, ¿cierto? ¿Cierto? Subimos los peldaños y el objetivo final es llegar a un ajuste de nuestra conducta, cambiar la actitud de alguien hacia, no hacia el mundo o hacia nada más, sino hacia ti. Para eso necesitamos las habilidades de escucha activa, necesitamos entender, construir una especie de reporte y estar a las personas y cambiar su actitud. En primer lugar, comencemos con las habilidades de escucha activa. Debemos entender a la persona con la cual hablamos, a la persona a quien escuchamos. Porque, señores y señores, una cosa que tenemos en común es que todas las personas tienen algo que decir y como la persona que nos escucha también tiene una influencia sobre eso. Lo que vemos aquí es una función normal, ¿cierto? Tomamos el nivel normal que acaba de disminuir en el ámbito de las emociones y lo llevamos nuevamente a una conversación basada en lo racional. Por ejemplo, John está enojado porque a su supervisor no le gustó su trabajo, lo destruyó, vuelve a su escritorio, está todo destruido y por supuesto está molesto y enojado. Si tú eres parte del equipo de John y utilizas las habilidades de escucha activa, puedes tomar toda esa emoción que tiene, ese enojo y frustración, y puedes llevarlo de vuelta a una conversación racional. El objetivo de la escucha activa es disminuir los sentimientos y hacer que el sujeto vuelva a un relato objetivo. Eso es lo que buscamos, recopilar la información, disminuir los sentimientos y también insta a que otras personas puedan hablar. Yo fui parte de un equipo una vez, de un equipo táctico, de una unidad, y yo no voy a decir nombres, pero había una persona que esta persona tenía unos 20 y algo años, pero se comportaba de manera mucho más joven. Era una persona que se afeitaba el cabello, etcétera, etcétera, pero una persona muy buena en el tema de la computación, en hacer hackeos, en ayudarnos con la vigilancia. Era un maestro, nunca pudo reemplazarlo, pero no nos caía bien, pero respetábamos sus habilidades. Posteriormente, establecer el entendimiento. Las habilidades de escucha activa. Debemos parafrasear, debemos actuar como un espejo y reflejar lo que las personas dicen. Ya iremos a esto. Su voz, tu voz, se los digo, es su herramienta número uno. Si ustedes me escuchan hablando, escucharán mi voz. Cómo aumenta la velocidad, porque este tema me apasiona y puedo tomar una inspiración muy profunda y calmarme y hablar de esta manera. Mi voz cambia un poco, pero yo no hablo así realmente. Me gusta hablar con emoción porque este tema me apasiona y nuevamente es algo práctico y es algo que todas las personas tienen. No tienes que salir a comprar nada, son tus habilidades de comunicación. Mi mamá dice que espera que yo tenga hijos como yo, pero no sé por qué lo dice. Como Como lo dije antes, es lo que dices y es el tono que usas, es mucho más poderoso que lo que se está diciendo, el tono de la voz, el tono de la persona, su actitud, cómo se presenta, es una parte muy importante de la comunicación. Las etiquetas emocionales, las declaraciones de emociones. Usted suena enojado o pareces estar herido. Escucho que te sientes solo o sola. Me parece que alguien te ha traicionado. O suenas emocionado, suenas ansioso, suenas muy energético, suenas poco entusiasmado y cuando tú le dices algo a alguien, le indica que estás escuchando. Wow. Ella dijo que yo sonaba enojada, o sea, me estaba escuchando, ¿cierto? Sí, esa es una manera de construir y crear una conexión. La etiqueta emocional en profundidad es la identificación de los sentimientos subyacentes y siento usar la palabra sujetos, pero nuevamente es una terminología que yo he tratado de quitar, pero bueno, cada sujeto es individuo, ¿ok? Sujeto, individuo, esa es la palabra que utilizo. Se nota que la persona está muy, muy afectada. Se puede indicar, se puede relatar con muchas emociones. Por ejemplo, si tú dices, suenas enojado, acaba de decir que suena enojado, significa que me está escuchando. Suenas emocionado, suenas cansado, escucho el enojo en tu voz y parece que esta situación a ti también te molesta. Si es probable, nunca, o más bien, si se puede, nunca deje que una emoción pase desapercibida. Las personas aprecian a las personas que identifican sus emociones y se reflejan en eso. Señoras y señores, nuevamente, esto no es utilizar una emoción, una actitud falsa. Esto es ser un espejo para los sentimientos de un individuo. Esto es expresarle a las personas que tú estás escuchándoles. Y piénsenlo, si están en un equipo, como parte de un equipo, y están en una reunión del equipo y alguien les escucha y hablan moviendo su cabeza de esta manera y hacen preguntas o repiten lo que tú dijiste, eso significa que la persona está escuchando, ¿cierto? Y hay estudios que han mostrado que la escucha activa en una configuración de equipo tiene una mayor productividad como consecuencia. Sentimientos que no se hablan nunca, se desaparecen, nunca se desvanecen. Debemos hablar con el significado de lo que queremos decir. Por ejemplo, parafraseando para confirmar el significado de lo que estamos escuchando, para desplegar nuestra atención. Por ejemplo, mi jefe siempre habla y no me presta atención. Significa que la persona escucha, el jefe no escucha. Pero cuando se dice de esta manera, se acaba de parafrasear, o sea, se está escuchando. Eso significa que tú escuchas y le demuestra a la otra persona que tú escuchas y le insta a abrirse, o sea, a continuar con su relato. Reflejar esto, repetir las últimas palabras que la persona ha dicho. Esta es una buena técnica de escucha activa. Por ejemplo, si la persona dice, mi jefe no me presta atención. A ella, lo que le digo, no me presta atención y eso me enoja. Entonces tú puedes responder, te enoja. Esa nuevamente es una manera de reflejar, de utilizar la voz en un tono ascendente o descendiente. Te enoja. Cubrir
Ahora
los
tenemos
puntos.
cubrir estos puntos de manera periódica, lo que está en sus palabras, su historia, y usted lo repite. Bien. Entonces, lo que me ha dicho hasta ahora es esto. Si es que entiendo correctamente, como resultado, usted se sintió de esta manera. ¿Le entiendo bien? ¿Le estoy entendiendo bien? Y dejamos la pregunta abierta. Preguntas que también necesitan más que un sí o un no. Cuando uno dice qué, esa es una pregunta. Y eso no, no fuerza, pero obliga a la persona que está hablando con usted a hable un poquito más, especialmente a la persona que no habla tanto. Entonces, puede ser un hombre o una mujer de pocas palabras. Entonces, especialmente cuando uno tiene una conversación, uno dice, ¿qué? ¿Cómo? ¿Cuándo? ¿Qué ocurrió hoy? ¿Cómo le gustaría resolver esto? Los beneficios de esto tienen que ver con tener un interés sincero y eso hace que las personas estén realmente interesados en lo que está diciendo la otra persona. Entonces también con esto, cuando tenemos una interrogación, esto se siente como una interrogación, uno se siente como encerrado. Entonces también boxes también es una terminología de policías. Eso quiere decir que está encerrado en 4 paredes, en un cuadrado, cuando se hace la interrogación. Ahora, el poder hacer esta facilitación y también esto nos hace que creamos este es el que yo realmente manejo, este punto, cuando estamos alentando a la otra persona. Sí, bien, ok. Entonces, lo que queremos hacer es que llegamos a este punto y uno va, le toma la mano. Entonces, bueno, ya no voy a poder hacerlo nuevamente, pero uno se presenta y dice, mira, dime lo que hiciste desde que te llamaste, desde que te levantaste esta mañana hasta que viniste aquí. Entonces, sí, sí, bueno, bien, ok. Entonces, no simplemente lo voy a decir, sino que lo digo como una respuesta a lo que usted acaba de decir, y eso es una cosa natural, y es natural, porque yo no fui a la escuela a aprender esto es algo que era propio de mí. Hice una capacitación y a través de la repetición finalmente se convirtió en mi especialidad. Y es por eso, porque uno podría invitar esta oportunidad y tener la oportunidad con otros de poder ver. Y que la mente también se distraiga, si es que también, por ejemplo, si por ejemplo tiene un mal carácter como yo, entonces uno lo puede hacer y la persona le está hablando y dice, sí, claro, sí. Entonces sí, entonces si es que tiene que usarlo de buena forma, entonces lo que la persona que está escuchando muchas veces quiere tener una oportunidad de hablar y eso también podemos utilizar otras técnicas como hacer un reflejo, hacer este cierto de espejismo o parafraseo y también hacer estas pausas efectivas. ¿Y qué pasa si esa persona quiere hablar todo el tiempo y no le dan la oportunidad que usted hable? Entonces, bueno, si estamos en una reunión con otras personas, o bueno, le pasamos la pelota, pero esto es algo más, pero pretengamos que esto es una pelota. Entonces, le pasamos la pelota a otro. Entonces uno dice, ya, tú. Entonces, no quiero interrumpir, pero estamos pasando la pelota a otras personas. Entonces, eso muestra que también el equipo quiere compartir y también el equipo quiere trabajar como un equipo. Y otra forma es que podemos utilizar estas pausas efectivas. Entonces, la persona que está hablando constantemente y no nos da la posibilidad de hablar. Entonces, lo que uno hace no dice nada. Yo hago eso bastante. Entonces lo hago en términos comerciales, lo hago en mi vida personal también. Entonces estoy como, sí, pero si hablas demasiado, no digo nada. Entonces dice, ¿estás ahí? ¿Me estás escuchando? Y cuando hacen eso, es que el orador dice, mira, ¿estás ahí? ¿Me estás escuchando? Y cuando lo dice, entonces uno dice algo constructivo, sí, pero es lo que tú dijiste, lo que tú acabas de decir hace un par de segundos atrás acerca de, no sé, ciberseguridad. Eso fue muy interesante y la verdad que me dejó pensando acerca de un artículo que leía hace un tiempo atrás y con eso tú puedes tomar control de la conversación, pero tienes que utilizarlo con personas que probablemente son los que quieren hablar solamente ellos. Y en términos de las habilidades de escucha activa, esto no es una persuasión, no es un juicio, no son los ideales o lo que usted ha hecho en ciertas situaciones. No imponga ahí ni su consejo ni sus valores dentro de estas situaciones, sino que estos temas muchas veces no se expresan a través de esta lógica. O usted debería decir cosas como usted debería hacer esto o quizás has pensado hacer esto otro, pero mira, entonces en un contexto profesional nadie quiere escuchar eso, nadie quiere escuchar, ellos no quieren escuchar a menos que soliciten su consejo. Empatía. Entonces, muchas veces compartir los sentimientos es tan bonito, ¿no? Entonces, hay un concepto esencial acerca de la escucha activa y esto también tiene que ver con la comunicación sólida, al entender la situación de los otros y más que eso, y muchas veces el motivo, muchas veces esta identificación no es el opuesto, muchas veces que uno no esté de acuerdo con alguien, no esté que esté en contra suyo porque el que uno entiende a una persona no hace que esté de acuerdo, sino que también podemos tomar muchas instancias donde ha ocurrido en Estados Unidos en los últimos 3 meses y uno también se puede identificar con esa persona, no está en contra de esa persona, usted puede entender a esa persona, pero no necesariamente está de acuerdo con esa persona. Y también estos casos de empatías. La empatía no es sentir una cierta condescendencia con la otra persona, nadie quiere como el pésame o esa expresión de dolor o de pena por la otra persona yo uso esto bastante en términos de mi mamá. Es, mi mamá piensa que es muy jovencita, aunque ya no lo es, pero cuando me dice, ¿cómo estás? Yo le digo, mira, estoy bien. Entonces, dice, este me pasó esta mañana, y dice, ay, no, por Dios, y reacciona de esa forma. Entonces yo estoy en el teléfono y digo, mamá, ¿qué te pasa? Así que eso también lo uso bastante con ella. Y también, ¿cómo hacemos estos establecimientos de estos reports? Voy a compartir con ustedes una historia, voy a detenerme aquí, porque esto también es una forma de establecer relaciones. Y bueno, yo estaba ahí, estaba trabajando en mi doctorado y bueno, di esta charla en Dallas, en Texas, estaba hablando con una persona y yo decía, tienes que contar esta historia. Entonces dije que no voy a contar esta historia de entrada. Entonces dije, bueno, he estado luchando con la depresión por 2 años. El primer año yo me quedé en mi oficina haciendo investigación para mi examen de grado para el doctorado. Y la depresión era tan mala que afectó mi capacidad de comunicarme. No quería salir a ninguna parte. era muy, muy difícil, y era difícil incluso ducharme porque quería estar en cama todo el tiempo. Sin embargo, yo me di cuenta que había cosas que eran diferentes. Entonces, por ejemplo, mi esposa estaba casada en ese momento y mi esposa, no sé, se salía por horas. Y cuando me volvía, me enviaba un mensaje, me decía, me mandaba un mensaje dentro de la casa para avisarme que la cena estaba lista. Entonces uno dice, bueno, esto no está bien. Y con eso empezamos una conversación. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué te pasó? Porque cuando trataba de inventarme a lugares, de decirme cosas, de volver a vivir la vida nuevamente, entonces, bueno, estoy tan deprimido, entonces tienes que retomar tu vida. Y yo no escuchaba. Y un día subí y fui a su oficina porque era una biblioteca familiar donde yo hacía la investigación y vi una fotografía de unas vacaciones que tomamos y que estaba en su criterio. Entonces le dije, mira, ¿sabes qué? Llamé a mi hermano y le dije, me van a dejar, mi esposa me va a dejar. Y yo realmente creo hasta el día de hoy que si yo hubiese utilizado estas habilidades, ella me habría escuchado en vez de haber hecho vista gorda. Esa es mi historia acerca de no permitir que estas habilidades aparecieran, que son muy buenas para los negocios, es bueno también para el uso personal, es muy bueno también para las relaciones interpersonales. Y casi una escucha activa. Bueno, estas son las cosas acerca del rapport. Bueno, damas y caballeros, lo que quisiera hacer es simplemente respirar profundo y sientan este relajo. Y quiero que me escuchen bien, escuchen mi voz relajada y somos todos culpables. ¿Cuántas veces le han dicho cálmese, trabajar en el área de seguridad? Muchas veces uno hace seguridad, ciberseguridad, seguridad digital, y estas cosas también incluyen la seguridad física, donde está. Y uno puede ver una persona que viene aquí, se saca la credencial, se la quitan, ¿y realmente quieren decirle a esa persona que se calme? No, yo no lo haría. Acaba de ser despedida esa persona. No le va a decir que se calme. En otras personas también he encontrado otra forma que es entender. Y también la situación con rehenes, por ejemplo, me contaban su historia y yo estaba ahí, era un negociador nuevo y decía, mira, entiendo lo que está pasando. Entonces me respondían, ¿en serio? ¿En serio? Tu nombre es X, el nombre de tu esposa es este y este otro. Acabas de perder tu trabajo en X empresa, pero a partir de ese día nunca lo dije nuevamente, nunca dije que entiendo y nunca dije más la palabra confía en mí, porque también tenía un problema al decir eso, porque con eso yo los miraba y decía, bueno, soy psicólogo y alguien, bueno, debería establecer una confianza con esta persona. Ya no lo digo, ya no lo digo nunca más. Entonces, eso también los provoca a generar una confrontación y nos desafía o sus capacidades de poder también guardar silencio y decir, mira, hablemos de esto. Por ejemplo, también, ¿por qué hay frases que dañan este rapport? Cuando uno dice, ¿por qué? Es acusador. Esto crea que la persona se ponga a la defensiva. En vez de decir, ¿por qué hiciste eso? ¿O por qué? ¿Por qué hiciste eso? Todavía estamos acusándolo. ¿Por qué? Todavía, de cualquier forma que nos diga por qué. ¿Por qué? Siempre va a crear que la otra persona está a la defensiva. Y esa es otra cosa muy interesante. Como dije anteriormente, yo pasé por una depresión y también vi a un terapeuta y ahora ayuda a las personas. Nunca vayan a un terapista o alguien que lo interrumpa o que están mirando su reloj todo el tiempo o viendo su agenda. Y es la misma forma de lo que siento en este punto. Y, bueno, no aléjese, pero no haga eso cuando la persona le dice, mira, tú deberías hacer esto o tú no deberías hacer esto otro, o te preguntan por qué, porque es un te están dando consejo y al mismo tiempo te están juzgando y tienen esa sensación de superioridad. En vez de decir, cálmate, yo puedo decir, mira, ¿sabes qué? Puedo escuchar, puedo ver lo enojado que estás, puedo escuchar lo enojado que estás. Y en vez de decir, entiendo, puedo decir, te escucho. En vez de decir, no deberías o por qué, podemos decir, ¿qué causó esto? Influencia, la capacidad de causar un cambio en un pensamiento o una acción. Cuando usamos el mensaje de yo, por ejemplo, su jefe le está dando todo esto, le está diciendo hacer esto, esto, otro, y uno dice, mira, ¿sabes qué? Cuando tú dices esto, yo siento que estoy un poco confundido, porque la semana pasada, según mis notas, dice que tú querías que comenzáramos a hacer esto otro primero en vez de eso otro primero. Entonces, esto también se utiliza para poder confundir al orador, que puede ser contraproductivo. Y eso es de Dr. Alan J. Lee. Entonces, en un contexto comercial o personal, alguien que me está gritando y me está hablando, también se puede hablar con muchas emociones y uno dice, mira, cuando me gritas, es que estás enojado conmigo. Y con esto estamos hablando de ciertas emociones. Es una emoción que nos lleva a una entrega. ¿Cómo hacemos esta entrega? Vamos a tener un buen tono de voz. No hay que ser sarcástico. No estamos utilizando palabras que sean ni amenazantes ni estamos haciendo juicio. Y también estamos tomando la atención de las personas, hacer estas pausas efectivas y también la parte de el yo, no acusarlo de nada. Entonces también cuando estamos aquí trabajando, muchas veces estoy dando la mano a muchas personas, entonces también doy ejemplos de cuando hacemos esta escucha activa. Entonces, damas y caballeros, mira, sé que lo que están pensando y no estoy especulando aquí, pero probablemente que esto funcione, esto va a funcionar en un contexto de un equipo. Así que adivinen qué. ¿Qué pasa si tomamos estas diapositivas que están disponibles para ustedes y reúnan a su equipo y usted trabaje como un líder? Y también tenemos cosas que podemos trabajar en conjunto y también podemos ver cómo funciona este listening. Y si realmente queremos decir algo y si simplemente podemos ver cómo se sienten esas palabras, probablemente eso también sí va a funcionar en No Swingers. También me disculpo nuevamente, estamos a punto de terminar porque también me gusta la parte práctica, me gusta hablar con las personas y estrechar las manos y ahora también mostrar que el cambio está en ustedes, la voz nuevamente. Esa puede que sea su herramienta más potente. Muchas personas piensan que sí, con mis manos, o que estoy siempre moviéndolas, pero no es así. La empatía también no es ni la oposición ni un acuerdo. La empatía es neutral. La empatía no es sentir simpatía por la otra persona en términos de sentir pena por la otra persona. Y también cuando nos llaman a hacer una confrontacional, también tenemos que ver que no es algo amenazante ni tampoco tenemos que tampoco debería ser algo donde generemos juicio y nunca deberíamos establecer juicio. Entonces, cuando estamos en una confrontación con su equipo, también muchas veces necesitamos tomarnos una pausa y decir cuáles son los pros y los contras. Entonces, lo próximo que uno escucha es que uno va a empezar a resolver sus propios problemas.
Nuevamente, tal como compartí mi historia personal, la escucha activa es una habilidad que se puede practicar y si uno no lo practica, desaparece. Hay que practicarlo, utilizarlo y cada vez que permite negociar de mejor manera, se puede utilizar en todos los aspectos de la vida para negociar, para dar charlas. No significa que se pueda aplicar solo a la crisis. No, no es esa la única manera en la cual podemos utilizar nuestras habilidades de escucha. Podemos respirar profundo y pensar, ¿y si utilizáramos esto en nuestros equipos y si tuviéramos un día completo de entrenamiento y utilizáramos estas habilidades? Nuestro desempeño realmente se dispararía. ¿Tenemos preguntas de la audiencia? Esta ha sido una presentación de Crux Conception. Muchas gracias. ¿Te escucho? Sí, claro, fue muy rápido, lo sé, pero es que me apasiona mucho este tema. Muchas gracias. Fue buenísimo, fue muy interesante. Muchas gracias. Se me está yendo la voz incluso. Estoy viendo si tenemos preguntas de la audiencia. Y antes de que nos despidamos, por favor, me encantaría entregar las diapositivas de manera gratuita. Mi información de contacto está disponible. Tengo algunos juegos de roles para 4 o 5 personas que se pueden utilizar, se pueden actuar. Y lo mejor que se puede hacer es reunir al grupo, reunir al equipo, revisar las diapositivas y comenzar a practicarlo. Y odio decirlo, confíen en mí, pero bueno, cuando comiencen a usarlo van a ver un enorme cambio en la productividad de sus equipos. Muchas gracias. Sí, tenemos algunas preguntas. Sí, dice, yo haré las preguntas. ¿Cuál sería su consejo para generar confianza y seguridad cuando se habla por primera vez ante un público? Sin sentir nervios. Bueno, lo que yo hago habitualmente. Lo que se hace es, por ejemplo, contar cuál es el contexto profesional, cuál es el historial profesional que tienes, cuál es tu historial personal. Algo breve, no todo, toda su vida, solo un contexto. Y eso, por ejemplo, yo trabajaba en mi doctorado en psicología, yo tengo una maestría en psicología, yo he hecho una cosa u otra. Eso nos indica ya que yo soy un apasionado por la mente humana y yo comparto esa información con la gente. Por ejemplo, yo trabajé como un agente de cumplimiento de ley por 24 años, 3 minutos para hablar acerca de su historial personal y profesional. Y me parece que es una buena idea comenzar por eso. Porque alguna vez has ido a una conferencia y te paraste ahí y dijiste, ¿qué estoy haciendo aquí? Y bueno, es algo que yo a veces hago. Bueno, ya no lo hago, pero he pensado en otros charlistas o presentadores, pero cuando hablas de tu historial y de la pasión que sientes, de verdad, las personas escuchan. Muchas gracias. Tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Alguna vez te ha pasado que cuando le dices a una persona que por favor calme, su respuesta es agresiva? Y si es así, ¿cómo se continúa esa conversación? Wow, eso es algo que no voy a hacer nunca más. La última vez que calmara, lo siguiente que sucedió fue, estábamos en una investigación en una ciudad interior. Y yo le dije a esta señora, señora, se tiene que calmar. Uy, Dios mío, lo peor que pude haber dicho, así que nunca más. La próxima vez que quise hacerlo, dije, veo que usted está enojado o enojada o triste, lo puedo ver en su rostro. Y mientras menos palabras se diga, es mejor, de hecho. Tuvimos un incidente, de hecho, en Estados Unidos donde una persona falleció, George Floyd. Esta persona fue asesinada por una persona de la policía y el jefe dijo algo a la policía antes de entregarle su gorra y yo dije, wow, eso realmente me hizo sentir escalofríos. Yo no sé si lo que dijo fue real o falso, pero al menos le mostró respeto a la familia de la persona que había sido asesinada. Y bueno, como una persona que trabajó haciendo perfiles, yo intentaba entrar en sus mentes, cosas como por ejemplo, antes de entrar a la casa, yo me limpiaba los pies, ¿cierto? Antes de entrar. Y yo a veces, o más bien yo lo hacía para demostrar que su hogar era algo importante y que yo lo respetaba y cómo intentar estar una relación de confianza de manera sincera, no es fingir tampoco. Muchas gracias. Y la última pregunta que tengo aquí, ¿cómo gestionar los problemas dentro de un trabajo de equipo, incluso si se intenta superar esto y el problema continúa? ¿Cómo se maneja? Sí, yo he tenido esa situación. Yo he trabajado con personas en mis equipos, con personas que eran buenísimas. Una persona que era buenísima en su trabajo. Y lo que sucedió es que otra persona realmente sentía celos de ella y la acosaba mucho laboralmente. Y lo que yo hice fue que como equipo reuní a mi equipo y básicamente en todo el tiempo decíamos buen trabajo a él y le decíamos, ¿cómo lo hiciste? Muéstrame cómo lo hiciste, fue buenísimo. Y entonces la otra persona eventualmente se sintió y pensó, bueno, es como Oscar de la Hoya versus Mayweather. Si los fans están simplemente apoyando a Oscar de la Hoya y si son sus fans y tú le haces barra a Mayweather, vas a preguntarte por qué, ¿es cierto? Así se sintió la otra persona. Hay que sentir, hay que hacerle sentir como la única persona que se está comportando de esa manera. Y la verdad es que sí, sí. Yo soy fan de Oscar de la Hoya, esa es la verdad. Así que sí. Muy bien. Todas las personas están escribiendo buenísimos comentarios, buenísimas presentaciones. Y una última pregunta, ¿cómo te pueden contactar? ¿Y cuál sería la información a través de la cual podemos hacer que las personas te contacten? Crux, C-R-U-X, punto connection, como está en la pantalla, por Gmail, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, todas las plataformas. Y yo estoy en todas partes. Así que les enviaré mi información de contacto para que la tengan disponible. We have two more questions. Vamos a tomar dos preguntas más. ¿Qué técnica o estrategia utilizas para separar tu tiempo del trabajo con tu tiempo privado o de la familia? Bueno, como en la historia yo tenía familia, ahora ya no la tengo. Pero bueno, cuando tenía una familia, la verdad es que, bueno, hay una charla en la cual yo hablo acerca de esto. El estrés necesita una solución y yo he entrenado a miles de personas en el área de la tecnología y esto es algo en todo el mundo, no solo en Estados Unidos. Y de hecho, algunos de los trabajos más estresantes son los trabajos relacionados con el cumplimiento de ley, con la tecnología y con la salud. La comunidad de la tecnología está ahí muy alto, hay altísimas cifras de suicidios también y lo que yo hago es que yo le digo a las personas, tómense un día para ustedes, es el día para mí. Y díganle al mundo, no solo a la familia o al jefe o a la jefa o a amigos o amigas, no, yo lo hice hace 3 meses, me senté a ver televisión, a ver mis series, era un día para mí. Tómate un día para ti, no solo 3 o 4 horas, no, todo el día. Y lo que eso hace es que te devuelve el control y retomas el control. Cuando retomas el control, la verdad es que se siente muy, muy bien. Y las personas no te controlan. Muy bien, muy bien. Eso lo haremos definitivamente. Y la última pregunta, ¿cómo? ¿Cómo, no se- ¿Cómo lo hacemos cuando nos equivocamos? Eso nos mete en un problema. Para mí, yo tengo la regla de los 3 strikes. Si yo intento una cosa en primer lugar, ok, escucho el enojo en su voz. No, no, tú no escuchas nada. Ok, ni siquiera me estás escuchando. Ok, eso para mí sería el strike uno. En el strike número 2, ¿hacia dónde quieres que vaya esta conversación? No, no me interesa. Ok, ese es el strike 2. Eso nos indica que la persona no va a cambiar su enojo. Y en el último intento, mi hermano me lo hace. Yo tengo un hermano gemelo y hay muchos de nosotros en la policía, porque hay 17 policías en mi familia. Mi mamá casi estaba haciendo un show de televisión con nosotros. Y El tercer punto es, siento mucho que te sientas así y me voy, porque esa persona está decidida a estar enojada. Esa persona quiere ser destructiva. Esa persona es lo que llamamos una persona tóxica hoy en día. Y entonces tú lo que tienes que hacer es indicarle, lo siento mucho, pero esa persona que está sintiendo eso, la verdad no se puede autocontrolar. Yo acabo de gritar y esto le hace sentir a la persona que necesita retomar el control. Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Ya no tenemos más preguntas en el chat, a no ser que haya más preguntas. El momento es ahora, pero bueno, el público está agradeciendo mucho la presentación y muy buen consejo. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Crux. Y esperamos que en el futuro cercano podamos conversar en persona en otra ocasión, pero uf, yo he perdido tanto peso y casi por nada. Yo quería ir y cuando volví de mi pesaba hartos kilos más, unos 40 y tantos ya había bajado y ahora no tengo ni dónde ir. Bueno, nadie me puede ver con todo el peso que he perdido. Bueno, espero que pueda ser pronto y bendiciones a todos. Muchas gracias. Muchas, muchas gracias. Do we have Gia somewhere around there to say our goodbyes? It's getting darker and darker over here. I'm over here. You're looking great. Finally, we made it. We made it through the whole day. It was a long day. It was your first 8.8, I believe, right? Yes. What was it? How was it like? It was great, a great experience. So many new things that I've learned, so many new things that I want to learn more about. I will figure out so many new things. I'm super happy to to have been able to be part of this. I'm actually running out of battery. I'm so sorry. You see me? Yes, yes, we see you. Great. Yes, I'm running out of battery, but it was great. It's been a great day. I'm super happy for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Movistar. And I also have something to share with you before we close. Because did you know, Gabriel, that Movistar Corporate has the largest security center of the world, the Security Operations Center? There is a wide array of security services that are uh, suitable for your company. Go find out more on movistar.com/corporate. So go online and find out more about all the services that they offer. I'm super happy because we were sort of concerned with doing this online event nowadays. There are so many events going on. Actually, at this moment, there was a cyber intelligence conference in Spain during 5 days. There are so many events going on, but we also know that we have a loyal audience that follows us, and we try to do our best to try to have the best speakers as possible with the highest quality. They were top notch speakers. Yes, great. And also now with you, with the ambassador of Monster Corporate. Yes, I'll definitely be there next time. I'm going to be super happy to join you. The next one will be 8.8 North, August 28th. That's the next one. I've launched the raffle already to give away the last ticket for 8.8 Legend. So the first person that answers the question, and do not leave the connection because I have received the answers that Adastra sent, and I will send them via the chat. And on behalf of 8.8, thank you so much to the audience. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to Samsung and Movistar. Thank you to the audience, to yourself, Gianella. Thank you so much. I know that this is new for you, but you were great. The Instagram of Mr. Corporate is at Movistar Empresas underscore Chile. Movistar Empresas underscore Chile. It's a brand new account, so let's stay in touch there. And once again, thank you so much to Green Events that are organizing all of this backstage. They are in charge of everything. And a round of hands for them and for Carlos as well. These are events that are fully green. We are trying to decrease our CO2 emissions, and everyone's invited for August the 20th to August the 8th North. Thank you so much, Jenna. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you. And stay tuned on the chat for the raffle.